community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How you guys doing? You guys seem very calm and tranquil today. Maybe it's just me.
I'm not calm and tranquil every day.
I guess you are. Yeah, you're pretty even keeled. Like I gotta give you that, Bawdy.
Well, Bawdy understands,
person,
so he doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, that's true. So big week though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
definitely in terms of price.
Yeah, I mean,
going
we're
on
basically
there.
back to all-time highs now. Almost. I say we. I don't really include myself too much in the we on Bitcoin, but things are approaching all-time highs yet again. So that's nice.
If I recall, I don't think you were expecting the BT dominance to be like it is now.
I wasn't expecting it to stay above 50%. It's kind of hovering there, like just a little bit above 50%. I am still expecting an altcoin run to happen, although there maybe should be muted expectations in that regard. We'll talk more about that a little bit later here.
Yeah, we'll get into all that. We got Ragnar, who's going to be jumping on as a special guest to tell us about the Finney forum, which is coming up. And I think today we're going to start with price, or we're going to do news first.
If Tony wants to go first, by all means, he can hop up here. But
yeah, I don't think Tony's here.
earlier-
Yeah, let's start with the price. Let's keep it traditional, and hopefully
Okay.
he'll work out.
All right, guys, let's get into that.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Local Monero. Avoid using KYC exchanges. Buy and sell Monero directly for fiat, peer-to-peer.
okay, I should be sharing my screen now.
Okay, there you go.
Cool. I didn't exactly mean to start on the screen, but hey, why not? Purple is crypto. That's crypto, not just Bitcoin. And these are Z-scores. I believe this is the 365. Yeah, this is a 365-day Z-score for cryptocurrency. So basically, you take the last 365 days, you calculate the moving average, and you calculate the standard deviation. And then you divide how far you are above the moving average, above or below, by the standard deviation. So it tells you how many standard deviations are you away from the average. So one standard deviation includes, so on that center point there, you see the gray line, that's 0. If you go one standard deviation down and one standard deviation up, that includes 66% of all data. If you go 2 standard deviations up or down, that includes 95%. And then 3 standard deviations is like 99%. So at this moment, in terms of the last 365 days, crypto is basically at 3 standard deviations. So we have not had price performance to the top side in general for the total crypto market cap. We're in like the 1 percentile here. We're like at the very, very top. You'll notice that effectively we are very close to previous bull markets. Now, you might say, okay, well, 365 days is a little bit arbitrary. Maybe we could go 730 days, right? So 2 years approximately, almost exactly. So if we do that, you'll notice we're still a little bit lower than previous all-time high bull markets, previous blow-off tops. That's so again, it is a little bit arbitrary which timeline you want to select for, but at any way you slice it, crypto is performing right now at a very kind of like out of trend area. Like it's very, very high. So we kind of started here with the Z-scores. I didn't really quite intend to start there. But hey, why not? As long as we're here, let's go ahead and take a look at stocks as well. Particularly, this is the I think it's the NASDAQ. Oh, hang on, let me check what I did in here. Yeah, that's the NASDAQ. So blue is NASDAQ, and I mean, you'll notice that stocks just tend to perform to the top side on Z-scores anyways, which is kind of weird. You're like, how can you should be centered about zero, but they just manage to keep pushing stocks up all the time. So stocks are basically always above the moving average. Not always, but they tend to be. So this was the bear market recently. As long as we're here on the screen, let's go ahead and quickly cover macro. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to talk about crypto and the overall markets here without having the backdrop of macro. It makes sense to do that. So right here, we're looking at Dixie. Nothing special on this chart. We're basically trending sideways, touch the upper standard deviations there. So nothing special to look at in terms of Dixie. In terms of the reverse repos, we had another big sell-off, right? We basically went from $5.5 trillion, or sorry, $550 billion, and now sitting about $440 billion. So yeah, on Friday, a bunch of money came out of reverse repos. Again, this is effectively cash that can leave sort of like a place of safety, being parked overnight with the Federal Reserve, getting the overnight federal funds rate effectively. And so as that money comes out, that's basically risk on, right? These are people moving this money into places that they think will make them higher yield, and have like a better risk adjusted return for their firms or for whatever their company or corporation is, their investment firms, whatever. All of the institutional players that keep their money here in the reverse repos. Once we start getting down to the 0 point, that's when we start saying, hey, this run is potentially looking at being over, right? Like that's where you want to start saying, okay, let's protect our bags. I know I've been saying for months now, I've been saying, hey, I'm looking for exits. And I'm still looking for exits. I haven't sold anything because it's kind of like, maybe we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but this is what I mean when I say, okay, tentatively, this is what I'm looking at here coming into the future. But as we get closer, we have to play it by ear, right? You always have to adjust in real time. And continuing to look at these markets week by week, I look at them and I say, why am I going to sell here? That doesn't make sense. Stay in the market. But I couldn't chase. Like I was unable to get myself to chase these markets higher, even though I have plenty of capital sitting on the side in case things crash, right? Like I've kind of been hoping for a nice big fat crash and I could just scoop up some cheap prices. But I'm comfortable with that, right? Like that's a decision that I make. That's my trading style. I don't chase markets. I get in at the bottom. I sell the top. That works for me, but there's a lot of other trading styles that can work for people. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So anyways, yeah, the point on this chart, the reverse repos are still coming to the downside. It still looks like there's juice to squeeze. There's still upside here to be had. So in that same vein, we can also look at the global liquidity situation. This is the NASDAQ also that we're looking at. So one thing you'll notice here on the NASDAQ, it just put on another all-time high, but they made it, I don't know why they changed this on TradingView, but they made it difficult to find. I can never remember where this button is. There's a place to hide. There we go. There's a place to hide the NASDAQ because we don't really care about that. We don't want to look at that. Let's also hide the indicators. Okay, there we go. The white line is global liquidity. The green line is U.S. liquidity, right? And so this is basically this is all of the M2 money supply across. So in the white line case, the global liquidity, this is the M2 money supply across all the different major currencies that matter, accounting for like, into this script, I put, I think like 99% of the currency market cap, right? So effectively all of the M2 SL, which includes cash, checking, savings, and time deposits of less than a year. So like if you've got a money market account where your deposit maturity length, or a CD where your maturity length is less than 1 year, that's all wrapped up into what they call M2 money supply. So effectively, the white line includes all the M2 money supply and the central bank balance sheets, right? Because as central banks expand their balance sheet, that's money that goes into the various economies. So right now we're effectively looking at flat global liquidity. This is also a delayed chart. You have to understand this is delayed by at least a month or two. Because it takes time for them to report the M2 money supply, which is actually really annoying. It would be much better if we could see that in real time. I'm sure there's probably reasons why they don't like to report that. I'm sure they have a good excuse why they don't report it in real time. Anyways, you'll notice that, again, we've talked about this chart for a while. U.S. Federal Reserve liquidity, U.S. total liquidity is coming up. Into the U.S. total liquidity is wrapped up the reverse repos. The other chart we were looking at, as reverse repos go up, the liquidity goes down, because that's basically liquidity coming off of the market. That's just general cash coming out of the general economy, getting locked up into those reverse repos. And then when money comes out of the reverse repos, that money can go somewhere else. It can be, it will seek a home. It will seek a place to go. So it's inverse to this liquidity. Anyway, so things are basically flat on the liquidity situation there. But they could be going up depending on what's happening with the M2 money supply right now, that we won't know for the next 2 months until they finally report the data. Okay, but anyways, macro situation just overall looks like there's still juice to squeeze here. I really headline the reverse repos. That's so important. That basically told us that the bear market was incipient as that was coming to the upside here back in 2021. Okay, and then last we'll look at gold. Turn back all of our pleb lines, which are magical and special and sort of tell you stuff. I know it looks dirty. It's what are you going to do though? Hey, I mean, this is the weekly chart, so some of these lines look a little bit dirty, but just ignore those lines. The headliner stuff that we're looking at here is that big triangle that we've been looking at since forever, and we'll be looking at probably for a long time until it breaks. Maybe this thing breaks now. Like gold, it feels like gold has some catching up to do in my mind. A lot of the markets have just really pumped. Okay, like gold did pump first. Gold pumped early. Coming from the bottom here last year, pumped up pretty good. At least for gold, like 27% is a pretty significant move for gold. It's still kind of consolidating here. I mean, it's on the top side, right? This is bullish. This looks bullish for gold. But all the gold bugs are sitting here waiting and watching the rest of the markets pass them by. NASDAQ is just continuing to pump out gains. So my suspicion here on the way that they like to play these, the way that they like to play gold, the way they like to suppress it, like they like to do stuff. I'm going to have to imagine that when gold is finally going to get ready to break out of this triangle, that's probably when the market's going to crash, right? Everyone's going to be like, hey, gold looks like it's great. It might even pop up here to the upside for a minute, and then all of the markets crash together, and then they'll buy themselves some more time for this chart pattern to keep wiggling around before it finally breaks out. That's just how they play it, right? That's what they do with assets that they hate, that they despise. They do it to gold. They do it to Monero. So again, like, it's a long-term play. Gold is a way of like storing value, of keeping your value, with the occasional opportunity that it could smash to the upside. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen anytime soon. Again, we've talked about for months, really for a year. This chart is a very long-term chart, right? It doesn't actually come to a real head here until 2025, and maybe even 2026 if you really wanted to draw it as big as you possibly could. Usually these kind of rising triangles, they don't typically wait until the last second to pop. They'll usually pop early. So probably 2025, maybe. I guess we'll just wait and see. Nothing happened with bonds. Still flat, right? We'll just kind of skip over this chart. Still inverted, but trending sideways. Bond market's stable, and that's important, right? When bonds are stable, that has the opportunity for risk assets to pump. You don't want bonds pumping massively. You don't want them crashing a bunch. You just want them stable, and that's where they're at for the meantime. Quickly, again, just boring NASDAQ and stock stuff. The S&P put on new all-time highs on Friday, as did the NASDAQ, new all-time highs. As we've talked about, we are looking particularly we are looking for stocks to make these purple bands to the upside here, right? We're looking for price to get into this range right there. And overall, like, this will form a channel that gives stocks like the ability to keep rising. With some washouts here, right? Like, imagine we come to the top side, stocks make it up here, and then the S&P crashes like 13%, right? Or hell, maybe it even crashes like 20%. That could happen, right? Like on some kind of like risk off, tail risk event, demand destroying event, however you want to call it. There could be some like random bullshit that happens, and then they come in, they intervene, they rescue the markets, right? You could see a 20% crash. That wouldn't be out of the question. I would love to see it. Actually, I would love to see a big crash on the markets. But even a 20% crash, even a 20% crash on the S&P. Let's go to the weekly so that we have more context. Okay. Yeah, I mean, even a 20% crash from somewhere around this area down to like right around there, right? Like that's still nothing. Like, that's still okay. That's not quite as high as the bull market left off at 2021, but and they do this, I think that this is a new strategy that they learned with COVID. Crap, I'm not supposed to say that word. I'm sorry, Doug. They'll pump the markets up before the major crash so that like the bottom of the crash really isn't that bad. Like this bottom here during the March 2020 events was just only slightly lower than that previous crash that happened in 2019, or was that 2018? At the end of 2018. So it's like they often before a major crash will irrationally pump the markets above like really the levels where they should be. And that might be what we're looking at here. I don't want to like necessarily call a crash. The signs are there, the inversion of the yield curve, et cetera. It's all there, but you know, when is that going to happen? I don't know. Well, it's there. The potential for it exists, but we just haven't seen the signs that it's in progress or that it's about to start. So that's the macro backdrop that we're looking at. Just a couple more things here. We got finally got new numbers for the M2SL as of January 1st, right? So we're delayed by 2 months here. The M2SL hasn't climbed up at all. It may have climbed up the past 2 months. Let's see, unemployment. Nothing here is interesting. Okay, so that's the macro. That's our backdrop. That's what we're looking at. Like it looks like there's liquidity. You know, summary here. It looks like there's liquidity. There's still reverse repos. Bonds are stable. Like everything still says up. Like the direction still says, hey, pumps can happen. Crypto's gone quite far. It maybe needs to take a little consolidation here. We'll see. We'll talk about that in a minute. But overall, like the big picture macro, it says up. There's liquidity in the markets. There's juice to squeeze. So, I said, I'm looking for exits, but I'm not exiting just yet. What's up?
Well, what do you think that the story is right now with Bitcoin as to why it's going up? I mean, other than the charts, what do you think the reasoning is behind it?
Yeah, so
I mean, the halvening, the ETF, or is it as simply the broader market's going up, and so is Bitcoin?
It's all of the above. One thing that maybe was lost on me for a quick minute there when the ETF was released is that this ETF is different. Like when they released so to answer your question, that's all of the above, right? Everything. Like you got the narratives, you've got the plebs, everyone's excited about Bitcoin. You've got the ETF. Now you've got normies that can. They can buy Bitcoin on the stock market. They could have bought it before, but it wasn't the same thing. Buying Grayscale, which have this like weird divergence of their net asset value to the actual traded price, like that didn't feel natural, and it wasn't like completely, fully, wholly sanctified and blessed. And then the futures ETF that got released in 2021 was a derivative product, not a spot tracking of the Bitcoin price. And there was also very high fees with that ETF. I think they personally milked this shit for all they could. Like, I think they milked the ETF, and this entire saga was probably pre-planned. Gary Gensler was probably in on it from the very fucking beginning, as slowly as possible, with as much hype as possible, integrate Bitcoin into the stock market. Gensler was positive crypto before he got into the SEC. He's just playing a role, guys. He's not anti-crypto. He's just like positive, make as much money as I can on the inside, while approving shit. That's probably, that's my 90% thesis on what this dude is and what's going on here. Okay, so this ETF is different. This ETF is different because it is literally the spot price of Bitcoin. They are forced to buy and sell Bitcoin depending on the demand that they're experiencing. So you got like 10 different ETF products. They're all spot products. As people buy Bitcoin, or as people buy these ETFs, those ETFs have to hold the Bitcoin that is being bought, right? That's why the custodian is Coinbase. I think for the most of them, it's Coinbase. So as people are buying Bitcoin on the stock, or buying the ETFs on the stock market, that's real buying pressure that happens in the actual Bitcoin exchange market, right? And the actual real spot Bitcoin market is represented there, more or less. Are there shenanigans going on behind the background? Probably. My guess is right now they want to look clean. They're not gonna be doing like their little fraud, fractional reserve bullshit. They're not going to do that right out the gate. Like that wouldn't make any sense for them. They need to make it look like they're running, completely honest, above board, right? Like anyone that investigates, anyone looking under your fingernails here isn't going to find anything. We're totally clean.
Do they have proof of funds at Coinbase?
I think so. I don't remember if they were one of those guys that did it, but you can bet your bottom dollar that on the regulator side of things here, they have the Bitcoin. They're saying they're not fractionally reserving Bitcoin with these ETFs right now. Maybe in the future they'll do it. I don't know, but I can't see any reason why they would want to do that. They love Bitcoin. Like they love the surveillance. They love the fact that it's not scalable, that their scaling plans have failed. utterly failed for 7 years. They love the fact that it's total distraction from actual digital freedom money. They want to keep the price up. They want to keep you distracted. So why would they fractionally reserve it? No. They're pumping the price. They're leveraging up the price. Whether Coinbase, I haven't checked that. My guess is they've got something, but I mean, I don't know. They at least by law, technically, they're required to hold the Bitcoin on behalf of those ETFs. And you have to think, if you're one of these 10 big ETFs, are you really going to keep your ETF funds in Coinbase, who doesn't actually have those funds? Like, Coinbase is like one of the most, integrated, blessed, holy exchanges, regulated exchanges on the planet. So I just have to believe that at least for now, they've got to be there. It's very, very likely that they're honest about the Bitcoin that they have for these ETFs, holding on behalf of the ETFs.
Do you think we get to some kind of point where Bitcoin creates a systemic risk throughout the entire economy because there's just so many people starting to kind of rely on it?
No, not in a real sense. Like, it might get blamed for systemic risk, but I don't really see how that could happen at the moment. Of course, like, all kinds of fraud and shenanigans, can develop over the course of years, and perhaps some kind of usually the thing that creates systemic risk for the economy is leverage, is excessive printing of money and leverage, of having misvalued assets, overvalued assets that use other assets as collateral and insurance.
But the other thing too is like Bitcoin is really just pure speculation, So it's not built on the utility of Bitcoin is store of value. So it's really not resting on it. It's kind of a house of cards in that respect, in my opinion.
Well,
because it's lacking that base utility.
We would like to say that about a lot of things, that like a lot of stuff is built on house of cards, but it just seems to keep going. So, like the price, as long as enough people believe it and enough of the inside cabal and power structure wants it and wants to keep it propped up, like, it's going to stay there. It might have it's hard to say that it doesn't have some kind of store value properties. Store of value would more appropriately mean that you're not going to suffer 70% losses over the course of 6 months. But it's volatile. It's a speculative asset. That's what it is. Bitcoin facilitates speculative value gains that far exceed inflation, that even exceed the stock market. That's what its use case is. It's not even store of value. Store of value is just a way to hide the degeneracy of what's actually going on there. Like gold is a store of value. It's hard, like that's a loose term, like everything has volatility, but 5% yielding bonds, you could call that a store of value, I guess, because they're stable, right? They're very stable. They're going to be worth about what you put into them. They're some of the most stable assets on the planet. It's like there are aspects of Bitcoin that are store of value, but let's be real, it's more about the speculation. Everyone that says that, they're all talking about hyper Bitcoinization. They're all talking about $1 million Bitcoin and that $100 trillion valuation is bearish, right? Like, it's just,
man,
I don't know.
It's just so much money into stuff.
What's that?
Only so much money can go into it.
Yeah,
it could only double so many more times, right? Like, that's the other
exactly.
thing. Like people are aping into it, thinking they're going to make big gains. It's at some point it's too big to grow.
Well, being honest, Bitcoin has made some pretty big gains here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They've definitely it's definitely served its purpose for that for that number go up use case. It's been one of the better coins, right? Let's check out the dominance here real quick. Bitcoin dominance. As you mentioned, Tux, still kind of hanging out here at pretty decent, pretty reasonably high levels. At this point, I'm not really sure if we should expect necessarily this will go down. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about this ETF and about altcoins. So as we said, this ETF is different than the other financial inclusion products, like when the Chicago Mercantile Exchange in 2017, December 17, 2017, added Bitcoin futures. Those futures are settled in cash, US dollars, not Bitcoin. The first ETFs in 2021 were a derivative product on the basis of the futures product, but did not settle real Bitcoin. This is the first time that a real inclusion in the financial market is required to buy real Bitcoin on the open market, on the spot market. So like you definitely have normies coming in here, mom and pops, everyone buying this ETF. Everyone's talking about it. You can see anecdotally people are talking about it. I still question, like, I know this crypto cabal, I know how they operate. I still question how much of these inflow volumes are real legitimate volume and how much is just wash trading, right? How much is just the crypto cabal buying ETF and just like wash trading there, to try and like simulate volume. That's how they operate. That's how they've done things the entire time. And they seem to operate fairly with a significant amount of impunity, even on the highly regulated exchanges. So I think that some component of this volume that has been coming into the ETFs is probably just wash trading, but there is a significant component that is real. Otherwise, the price couldn't have gone up the way that it did. Like they front run the price when like small amounts of real buying cause outsized movements of the price, and that's basically a front running mechanism. It's also a distribution mechanism. So Bitcoin has a heavily centralized supply. It's held by like a pretty small cabal. Like no matter what the maximalists want to say, like the supply of Bitcoin is extremely centralized, and these guys have a lot of Bitcoin that they want to distribute onto the world, and they're doing a good job of it. They really are. They want to distribute at the highest prices. So because Bitcoin has this ETF and is able to absorb all these funds, that really puts a lot of focus on Bitcoin, which is why the dominance has maintained just above 50% here. However, it's also a clear thing to me that the crypto ecosystem has a certain amount of cash. The crypto ecosystem has like a certain amount of cash that's involved in it, wrapped up into it. And that's why like crypto prices go up and down together, is because there's a certain amount of cash, like real US dollars in the system, and that cash can be used to leverage up the price and can be used at certain levels to support the price. So yeah, I mean, there is cash coming into the system. Ultimately, that cash goes onto the exchanges to represent the buying that's happening on the ETF. So that is cash that could be used to pump altcoins here at some point. So I'm not really decided on whether we get a massive alt run. We should still continue to get an alt run. Some of these coins are performing pretty well. They're basically like at this moment, a lot of them are kind of at parity with Bitcoin in terms of where they came from the bottom, like when they bottomed in the markets, and at the top, they're either at parity, a little below, a little above, just depends. Let's see here. I'm no BTC Maxi, but the last comment feels like coping. Bro, listen.
Last segment. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's even. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think he's referring to there?
We're not like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what anything I've said here is cope. It's like I've been saying for months the direction is up. So to like
here's the thing too. Like this is good in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm pretty sure you share this opinion, Bawdy. This is good for Monero. I mean, this is where Monero is ultimately going to be getting its liquidity from. It's like the trunk of the tree is growing, and we're one of the main branches off of it. And this is how we get value into Monero. It's going to mostly come from Bitcoin.
Yeah. I can only like half agree with that statement, because the other half is that where's the liquidity coming from right now? It's coming from the stock market, right? That's not mom and dad and regular people, normies buying cryptocurrency and holding.
Yeah, but the normie, the people that already have Bitcoin, their value in Bitcoin is going up, right? And they're further understanding the value proposition of crypto itself. They're realizing they might want to hedge, and store something that's more unconfiscatable. And what do? They move a little Bitcoin into Monero. I don't know. That would be my overall bullish thesis on why every Monero user should be happy about Bitcoin going up and working as a number go up coin, because we're getting cut off from the traditional exchanges, right? Eventually there'll be no centralized exchange that you could buy Monero with fiat. So the value is going to come from other cryptos into Monero.
In a very, very broad sense, and like the changing of the philosophy of a generation or of the world, yes. More people are saying, okay, this Bitcoin thingy, this idea of a shared distributed ledger, this makes sense. Okay, I get it. Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of printing going on. Maybe we should like have a monetary system that doesn't involve printing, or at least has a known issuance, a known supply schedule issuance. Yeah, in a broad sense, it is changing like the fabric of society. The minds of people are saying, okay, I guess it's legitimate. A lot of the note coiners, the haters over the years, they're being forced to reevaluate their own shit because now they either have to admit that their government is that their government is fraudulent by putting Bitcoin into the main financial system and making really bad decisions, or they have to say, oh well, maybe Bitcoin is maybe it is legitimate, right? So yeah, in a big broad sense, yes, like people are coming around to that idea that okay, maybe we could do money a different way, and that will have positive effects for Monero. In terms of the short term, like what does this do for Monero adoption today? I'm not quite sure how much. I think the Binance delisting probably did more for Monero adoption in terms of like just mentally like street cred than what Bitcoin is doing here. But in the long term sense, yeah, I would totally agree with you in that case.
I mean, just an anecdotal story. I was talking to a guy the other day, very very wealthy individual, older gentleman. He might even be like his mid to late 70s. And he's been an investor he's a doctor who also kind of learned investing at an early age and got his trading license or whatever. And so in addition to being a doctor, he's been trading his whole life and he's made a lot of money. He's very very aware of Bitcoin, very interested in Bitcoin, and I think he probably bought some of the ETF. And I told him about Monero. He had heard the name, but didn't really know much about it. And I explained the value proposition, and he was like, "Wow, yeah." He's like, "I thought that's what I thought." Literally, basically saying, "I thought that's what Bitcoin was." And it got to the point. He's like, "Well, how do I get some? I want to buy a nice chunk of Monero." And that's when you realize there is no easy, there's no easy way to ape into Monero in a big way. Kraken, but we're in New York. So, I mean, there's New York, financial capital of the world. There's no easy way for people here to be like, I'm going to throw $100,000 into Monero. I'm going to throw $1 million into Monero. And that way, I think, is going to eventually become through other cryptos, because I just don't see it happening in the other direction, right?
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate that things have developed that way. It does slow the progress of people into Monero. There's no doubt about that.
Let me ask you, what would you tell somebody, like a person who's looking to invest in Monero, right? We usually don't talk about it in those terms, right? We talk about using it, but the fact is, people see utility in it. They're understanding it. They might want to buy a chunk of Monero. What's your like general advice to people that want to put like $100,000, $1 million into Monero? Like, what would you tell somebody who wanted to do that in the easiest way possible for like a noob?
Obviously, I would say Kraken, but if you're in New York, you've got to jump through some other hoops. Like, if you want to drop $1 million and of your, let's suppose you're, high net worth doctor, 60 years old, something like that, you want to drop $1 million into Monero. I mean, Kraken is the way to do it. You get on their OTC desk. You say, hey, I want to drop $1 million into Monero, whatever. You take a lot of precautions. You probably hire someone like at that level. You hire somebody to make sure that you've got your security set up well to like review your stuff. Maybe you even do, I don't know. You probably involve your lawyer in that as well. 100,000 isn't quite as big a deal, right? For 100,000, you could slowly acquire that on local Monero. I mean, I would give you options, right? Like my advice to someone wanting to do that would be to give them options and really first ask them questions. What's their technical competency? Like, what's their age? What's their
figure somebody that's like, doing online trading, using Robinhood, whatever. They're using Charles Schwab. They're used to those things. They know how to go online. They have their bank account connected to their Charles Schwab, and they're buying stocks. That archetype of person, which I think is the average kind of investor these days. How does that person who is sitting on a portfolio of $10 million says, you know what? I'll buy 500K of Monero right now. But there's there's no hit the button, It's like it's always been an issue with Monero. That time, during the 2017, 2018 time, that probably was the easiest time to get Monero. It was on Poloniex. It was on big exchanges, the big exchanges of the day. And then there were a lot of other, kind of KYC free exchanges at that time. They haven't been cracked down on yet. But now it's even harder to kind of ape into Monero, which we're all aware of, and we talk about the benefits of. It's allowing Monero to grow out in the wild. But the reality is, I don't know. I feel like we need some solutions there. I don't know what to tell people right now.
Bro, there's no, this is a problem that's plagued cryptocurrency since forever. If you want to actually use it in a sovereign way, there is no smash a button. There is no custodian that you make an account and, you just sign up.
No, but I
account,
mean,
transfer some
Monero on Coinbase.
You have to manage your private keys. There's no other way.
I'm talking about smash a button for obtaining, right? Like we talk about how it's not, obviously local Monero is the ideal way to obtain. You do it with cash, whatever. But I see value in people being able, personally, I see value in people being able to buy it on centralized exchanges. I know we like Binance, yeah, it probably was doing more harm than good. But something like a Coinbase, if people could hit the ape in button and buy $100,000 worth of Monero and then learn to take it off the exchange, I personally think that's a great thing, great for adoption.
Yeah, I mean, there's
and it's better than buying any other crypto on a centralized exchange. At least you're buying Monero and you're pulling cash out of a bank account, at the end of the day, when you pull it off the exchange.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do, right? You live in New York, you're going to have a harder time getting into Monero. There's no doubt about it.
Yep. I just feel like, I don't know, there's not enough conversation around those things. And I also feel like maybe kind of the Monero community assumes that's just the way it needs to be. But maybe there's, obviously Cake is always working on things in this direction. And they've come a really long way. I mean, Cake is pretty impressive at this point. You can tell people just download Cake and they could effectively figure out how to obtain Monero from that. But I mean, Tux, correct me if we're wrong, though. We're not at the point where you could easily, I think maybe in Europe, right, you could connect your bank account and essentially purchase Monero. Are there?
Yeah, so people who are in the European economic regions are blessed because they have this nice service called DFX, and they let you buy up to 990 euros of Monero or any other crypto on their platform. KYC free. Every 24 hours.
free.
Yeah, KYC. Now you have to use a bank account, and some people will argue, "Oh, that's KYC." Well, technically, it's
right.
not. KYC is a bank process. It's a process where they have to take your information, like ID with Stealthy and stuff. You don't have to do that. You have to do that.
What are the fees? What are the fees? What are the fees?
I don't know, but I don't believe they're very high. Maybe it's like 1%, 2%, something like that.
So one of the cheaper ways to obtain.
Yeah,
Monero,
DFX is a great option, and I've heard from several people who live in those areas and use it. They're like, yeah, it's pretty great.
Now, do you guys see that potentially growing in terms of jurisdiction? That
DFX.
Yeah, DFX or just in general, like Cake, figuring out other partners to partner up with where you'd have that same effect elsewhere, or you think it's just going to be kind of limited to Europe?
DFX initially, I think they want it to be like integrated. Like they contacted Cake to be integrated, but Vic made them add Monero before he would let them be part of Cake Wallet. So,
okay,
which is cool because they didn't have Monero before. Maybe it'll expand to other places. Maybe there'll be other ones for some reason, and I don't know exactly why. U.S. companies, and I think some of this is due to like all the regulatory stuff going on with crypto. US companies are like afraid, like even though they could if they want to, they don't host privacy coins anymore, right? The only one is Kraken in the US, and then in order to even withdraw from Kraken, it's full KYC. So the US, I don't see anything like that coming soon.
Yeah. You've never been able to obtain Monero in New York via bank account, via centralized exchange. Never in the history of crypto.
Oh, like never ever? Like not even like 5 years ago?
No, never, ever. It's never been listed on any exchange that's accessible by New York. Even Poloniex wasn't accessible via New York.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, it definitely played a very large role in keeping liquidity out of Monero, I believe.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. It's KYC light, not KYC free. If you do, I mean, that's a lot though. 900.
So could somebody like could that be a way, like, this isn't advice to anybody to do it, but like open a bank account in Europe and like you transfer money to it, and then you can, with that bank account, start buying Monero?
I mean, I don't know what goes into
overseas
bank account in a European country.
I don't know. I don't think it's that hard or crazy to do. Yeah, I don't think
you can do that. Then maybe that's totally a way to do it. That's definitely not the normie easy way though. Just, hey, open the app, connect your bank account. Yeah, sorry, you got to set one up.
No.
Halfway around the world.
Yeah. All right, buddy. What else you got, man?
I got a lot of stuff, man.
I slowed you down. I'm sorry. I had some questions today.
Listen, if you're a high net worth individual in New York and you want to purchase Monero, what you need to do is, honestly, the only way I can really think to do this, you need to take your 401k or your Roth IRA, and you need to take control of that, right? You need to either create the corporation or hire a corporation that does those management of funds, because you need like a separate shell company entity to hold those funds for you, and incorporate it in a jurisdiction that can get onto Kraken, right? You'll need some help, but this is a very common thing that people do. People do this all the time, right? They take control of their IRA. They do the extra corporate entity, incorporate it in a jurisdiction that has Kraken, and then wire the funds and then buy Monero that way, and like slowly plus up that way. Obviously, in that case, you're limited to how much you can buy every year. I don't remember what those limits are. They're actually not that high, but that is one way, right? That you could probably, because now it's that legal entity that's holding those funds on your behalf is the entity that's actually buying them. It might be the case that you could transfer maybe. So once you transfer those funds to the entity, you might be able to roll those funds. Like you might have a bunch of stocks, right? Maybe you've got like 5 million in stocks or something. And you're going to transfer a lot of that's in your Roth IRA currently, right? You could sell those stocks and then buy Monero, right? You're just like transferring out of those stocks into Monero, and then rebuy those stocks in some other account that you might have, like to keep that balance the same while plussing up your Monero stash. That's probably what I would recommend. I obviously wouldn't be the guy to like tell you exactly how to do that, but there's like that's a common thing to do. People have done the Bitcoin Roth IRA for a long time now, so it's just a matter of doing it with Monero this time. So that's really, like, for a high net worth individual, that's probably what I'd recommend.
I like this. Getting lots of Monero is easy. Step 1, go to Colombia, buy lots of cocaine. Step 2, pay CIA stooge to fly it to Mena, Arkansas. Step 3, pay off the Clinton Mafia to let you land it. All right. That is one way. That's probably the easiest way.
That's one way to commit suicide on accident, maybe. Okay, let's see here. Let me look at my notes. What do we got going on? Okay, today we're going to look at the regression analysis also. I got a lot of requests for that. We're going to... Let's talk about Monero, because I'm sure that people want to hear about Monero. Obviously, there's not too much to say. So we'll stop on Monero here real quick. Take a look, and then we'll go back to Bitcoin. We'll go back to like the broader crypto markets and look at the regression analysis. Let's see.
We got 55 people viewing right now. Like and share, guys. Let's get the numbers up. Let's grow the audience. I feel like sometimes I feel like we're shadow banned. Like people don't get the alert. Put your alerts on YouTube, by the way. I think that helps. It helps us grow the show. Go ahead, man. Take it away.
So one thing that didn't escape me, and I posted about this earlier this week, is that you guys remember 2021, January 1st, 2021, when Bittrex, a no volume exchange, delisted Monero with a whole lot of like negative press, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, they're just gonna ban it," and like they did that to hit the price on Monero as hard as they could while they were planning on pumping everything else, right? Incipient to the pump that was happening, like mid pump. And then a few months later, everything topped. Everything hit a blow off top a lot sooner than anyone expected it would, and everything crashed, right? Man, this this story that happened recently doesn't just rhyme. It's like the same fucking story. It's the exact same play that they did in 2021. So yeah, the delisting of Monero was like a sign, was another little tick mark in the direction of, hey, there's more gains to be had here. And right now it's another tick mark in the direction of, is there a blow off top happening sooner rather than later? Remember, we've talked about on this show before, markets learn. So things get front run. When a pattern gets identified by the broad collective, that pattern gets front run. So right now you got to ask yourself, is next year's bull run, the 4-year cycle, getting front run by markets that learn? This is no formal proof or anything, but it is an important thing that we need to keep in the back of our minds here as we go forward. But that's not to say that there's not more gains on the way. We'll talk about it later. I do think there are more gains on the way. But yes, like they do this. This is a play that they've done regularly. They find ways to hit Monero's price, to fuck with price, to shut down withdrawals, to do whatever they can do while they pump the rest of the markets, right? This is a relative smash, right? They want to suppress Monero down as much as they can while they pump everything else so that Monero doesn't get any spotlight, so that everyone says to themselves, oh, you shouldn't hold Monero when there's a bull market. It performs the worst. So they're going to try and make that reality enough so that the rest of the plebs and the rest of like the market will adopt that mentality and then finish the job, right? Like that's how they do things. Because the power isn't like, they don't have omnipotent power. They can't control prices omnipotently, but they can control them significantly enough to sort of form the psychology, the market psychology necessary to get the results they want. Okay, so just wanted to say that before I forget, because there's a good chance I'll forget somewhere in the maze of all the price things we're going to talk about here. Okay, so Monero, you'll notice we've got the long term. This is the daily chart going back to the beginning of 2023. You'll notice that our standard deviation bands have been very stable. We crashed out of it, but now we're like back into those same bands. So we're not quite back up here, 172, which would be really where we should be. We're basically getting just back into those bands, but this is a really good sign. The fact that we crashed down and then immediately rebound into them, that's a good sign that price has no place being down here. This is not where the real price of Monero is. That's not where the real price of Monero is going. If it was, we would come up here and then we would crash down again. If we crash down again, I would say our price is pretty fucked. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. This chart right now is signaling to us that Monero's real price, its real fair market value, is at least inside of these bands. And that probably incorporates all the fractional reserve that's been baked into the price over the past few years as well. So the real fair market price, like a rational organic market price of Monero, would be definitely many multiples higher. We should really probably be easily at $300-$500, if not higher. Okay, but anyways, sir,
Metcalfe's law, $3,000.
Yeah, I mean, really, like
local Monero Street price is actually 152. It's like $10 above.
I saw like 170. I saw it at like 170 somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I think that was from like a while ago.
Yeah,
because I looked and it was saying 152.
It's worth noting too that CoinMarketCap was misreporting Monero's price by like 10% lower than what every other exchange, even the scam exchanges, were reporting.
10%? That's crazy.
Yeah. Like when Monero spiked
Massive.
up, I don't know, is it like 130 or 140 or something? They were reporting it down to like 120. I just remember there being some tweets about it, and I looked it up, and I was like, motherfuckers, of course, right? Of course they're going to do it. So yeah, we're basically back in our bands, back in our stable coin price before they did their fuckery. Okay, right. That's it is what it is. This is the price divergences. Bawdyanarchist, for whatever reason, they just love to list Monero at 5 to 6% lower than the rest of the exchanges tend to do. So yeah, I don't know. They're out to lunch. I don't even know why I include them. I guess it's just a gee whiz kind of thing. Bitfinex has also been enjoying putting Monero's price about 0.5% lower for a period of time than what Kraken does. We haven't looked at the volume weighted exchanges. We're not going to do that. I need to actually I need to include Tether into the volume weighted exchanges. I'm not sure how much we should trust the volume weighted stuff anymore. I just don't trust volumes when it comes to crypto. But anyways, that's what the absolute price divergences look like. We're doing this kind of like this like kind of 1, 2, 3 bounce bottom here thing. Let's take a look at the Z scores. My guess is that the Z scores are going to be showing us divergence here, which basically the Z scores are making higher lows, whereas crypto kind of made Monero made a lower low here, and then now looks like it's, I mean, this looks like a bottoming pattern, guys. That definitely looks like a bottoming pattern. Same thing with XMR BTC. In fact, in a very technical sense, you do have divergence to the RSI. Let's draw a line here. So you'll notice that that's a lower low. And if we're looking at it on terms of the close price, that was another lower low made just a few days ago. All the while, the RSI, which is a momentum kind of indicator, is making higher lows. So that's bullish divergence. Technically speaking, that would be bullish divergence on the price. For all the TA degens, all the T-leave degens. Again, when you look at technical analysis, it's like, you don't want to just look at one thing and be like, this is the thing, right? You got to look at the whole, like you really want to look at as many things as you can and then see where you get the confluences, which means that you're not going to take trades that often, right? You're not necessarily going to get involved in a lot of trades. And I think that this is a theme that I've seen with a lot of successful traders. If you trade a lot, it better be algorithmic in nature. You better have well-defined criteria, and you better be looking across a lot of different charts all the time and have access to basically a centralized exchange or a centralized marketplace that has the liquidity for you to take positions in a very algorithmic sense. If you're not trading algorithmically and you're trading kind of like I do, where you're like, okay, let me look at the markets, let me see what I think, let's take in the full spectrum of market psychology, fundamentals, technical analysis, and the news and what's happening, right? If you're going to trade like that, my opinion is you really shouldn't trade that much. You need to limit your trades, and you need to take trades that you have confidence in, that you feel like there's a big confluence. It means you have to be comfortable with letting opportunities pass you by. And we'll talk a little bit more about like trading strategy a little bit later here. But yeah, so anyways, this definitely looks in a technical sense like a bottoming pattern for Monero versus Bitcoin and Monero versus Ethereum, which, hypothetically that could also be an indicator of an altcoin run about to happen, or kind of a market topping action that could be happening here. So there's not too much to say about Monero's prices. As usual, we're back into our stable coin range here. Probably this thing will keep going to the upside at this moment. The best thing that we really want to get back to the 172, 180 range. We want to get back to these standard deviations here. Probably before this, it certainly looks like we're getting into.
Oh, the Bawdy
what
got
happened?
out.
Yeah. Bawdy, what happened, yo? His screen's still on. Just lost his sound.
Unless it's just
Bawdy,
frozen.
maybe log out, log back in. Yeah, he probably got disconnected.
It's that Mexican internet.
It was the worst at Monerotopia. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was rough.
Oh, Monerotopia. Might as well bring that up. Guys, we announced it last week. Monerotopia is officially in Buenos Aires. Let me see if I could show the screen. Share
Oh, you
screen.
got it? All right.
Yeah. Bam. Did I do it? Yeah, there you
Yeah,
are.
you did.
Monerotopia 2024, Buenos Aires, Argentina, November 1st through the 3rd. That's a weekend. That is the same weekend as La BitConf. These pictures back here, that's actually the Serrano marketplace where we'll be having Monerotopia. It's a popular marketplace, and we rent it out, or are renting out a large bar restaurant where the conference will take place. You'll be able to overlook the bazaar, the Monero Bazaar on the street. Should be very cool. We're very excited. A lot of planning to do. If you want to get involved in any way whatsoever, email us, monerotopia@protonmail.com. Whether you want to be a vendor, anybody that wants to come there and sell things for Monero, you could do that for free. We'll find a spot for you. Maybe you want to be a sponsor. Maybe you're a privacy tech project and you want to present. We had a lot of amazing privacy tech projects presenting last year. Privacy tech or digital cash related, hit us up for whatever reasons you may have, and we'll get you involved one way or the other. Also, consider buying a ticket. Why they're super cheap. They'll always be pretty cheap, but now they're super cheap. And the VIPs, I don't know how many we'll have. So those usually go go fast, and a lot of people end up buying those because that's like a great way to really experience Monerotopia, because then you come to the speaker dinner. So if you're interested in that, I recommend grabbing that sooner than later, because those will be limited for space reasons. And that's it for now. Do we have Bawdy back?
Bawdy said his power died and he's rebooting now.
Okay.
Should be back
so
up in a second.
I will continue to talk then, actually. So another new aspect of Monerotopia this year will be the Copa Monero, which is going to take place leading up to Monerotopia. It's going to be taking place in Argentina as well, but in Formosa. So for anybody who's been watching this show is familiar with what's going on in Formosa, in what we're calling Monero Town in Iberete, a small town in Formosa. And there we will be throwing a Monero soccer football tournament with a large Monero prize that will be given away at the end. And 12 local teams are going to be competing for like 5 months leading up to Monerotopia. And the final game will be around the date of Monerotopia, and should be super cool. We're going to stream all the games. We'll have a website going up soon, copamonero.com, where you'll be able to see all the teams that are playing against each other, and watch the teams as they play. And perhaps there'll be some Monero gambling taking place on the side. And that should be very cool. And anybody who sponsors Monerotopia will also be a sponsor of Copa Monero, so you'll be one of the team sponsors. So we're very excited for that. Yeah, man, it's gonna be good. Tux, you think you could make it down there this year?
Oh yeah, for sure. Cake's probably gonna. I imagine they'll probably do a sponsor thing this year also for it.
Yeah, I hope so. We hit Vic up the other day, so very excited. And we have some time to make it kick ass. We moved it to November. Another reason we moved it to November is because we didn't want to be too close to MoneroCon. It has worked out.
Yes,
in
that's
years past.
appreciated. Because now you've got one towards the beginning of the year and one closer towards the end of the year, right?
Somebody had to bow out and wait, and obviously MoneroCon is the older, more respected conference, and so we bowed and said, all right, let's move ours, and so we moved it till basically 6 months away. So it should work out nicely. And Argentina, anybody who's been there knows it's fucking fantastic. Buenos Aires in particular. It's just a lovely city. Obviously, there's a lot of poverty, unfortunately, because of what we're seeing with fiat. But it's also a beautiful, beautiful city, and right now it's beginning to re-blossom with Milei as their president, which I think we'll go into again later today in the news. So that's part of the reason we're going down there, because liberty is in the air, cryptocurrency is in the air. There's a lot of natural, organic crypto adoption that takes place there because of the fiat situation. Everybody knows crypto. They understand it. Everybody's familiar with the concept of money just being a tool, right? They see fiat as a dirty thing that they're trying to get rid of as fast as possible, and they'll take anything else in place of it. So crypto is, as you can imagine, is naturally gaining adoption down there. And so we're trying to tap into that movement, and that's why we're doing Monerotopia down there, and that's why we're doing this the marketplace to kind of showcase the usage of Monero and see if we could get locals into it. It should be pretty, the goal would be to onboard every single vendor, and we'll be doing that leading up to the conference. So we're trying to improve from last year's conference, which was amazing. We had the bazaar was beautiful, but we didn't have enough time to onboard all the vendors beforehand. So it was like we were doing it during the conference, and it was working out very well. But this time around, we want to perfect that, and we want to have all the vendors on board before the conference, and we'll be doing that for the next 6 months or so leading up to it. Since they'll be out there every weekend anyway. We're tapping into a pre-existing marketplace that already exists. We're not like last year where we brought in a marketplace. This is a marketplace that already takes place in this plaza every weekend in Buenos Aires. And so we're going to have people out there going out there every weekend to onboard these guys and prepare them for the Monerotopia conference. So should be pretty
That's awesome.
kick-ass.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
You'll
yeah.
go out at conference and start using your Monero.
And we'll have Monero nodos set up, right? So we obviously internet should be good because it's the city. There's good internet there. So, but we're gonna also have local Monero nodos running. So all the vendors and all the conference attendees can connect to a local node, and that should speed things up as well.
For sure. Even if the internet's decent, having 200-300 people all try to sync at the same time is not, that's a surefire way to just kill the internet for everyone.
Yeah, so super excited about that. Bawdy, you're back, man.
Hey. Yes.
Yo, Bawdy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
Yeah, I've been having power problems lately here in Mexico. I have ups. I bought like 3 of these things in the past 4 years. These universal or uninterruptible power supplies, I don't know. I think the batteries they use are just absolute garbage because I can't sustain even like 3 seconds anymore, 5 seconds with the power gone. But I've been having power problems where the power will drop out for anywhere between 30 seconds to 5 minutes to 10 minutes. So I basically got a battery, like a proper lithium ion LiFePO 4 battery system on order so that, so that I can at least keep working and not get my computer shut down during these power drops.
I'll send you the one that I use. It's decent. It's an APC one for sensitive hardware like computers. You really want to use one that's pure sine wave. Because if you use one that's simulated sine wave, some power supplies don't respond to it correctly when it switches over, and it causes the whole computer to shut off, or it's just kind of damaging to it over time because the power supply in the computer has to make up for the simulated sine wave.
Maybe that's why my power supply went out a couple months ago. It was like a Corsair 1600i. It shouldn't go out. Like it's a 10-year warranty. Maybe it's the UPS I'm connected to.
It's possible.
It's weird because for like, okay, I've had like, you get these intermittent power drops that happen for like a second or a few seconds, but I really haven't had too many power problems here in Mexico. But as of the past like 4 or 5 months, I don't know, my area here in particular has been having problems. So, but reality, I'm just going to get like a full battery system, like an actual like backup battery system that'll keep me running for an hour or two. If the power drops out, because sometimes it does drop out for an hour. So, and it's a nice like emergency supply thing to have anyways, right? Have some batteries, have an inverter just in case,
generator
Well,
on the back.
It was the perfect moment to shill Monerotopia, so thank you for that.
On. Cool. Thank you to the electricity gods. Okay, so we're looking here at the Monero transactions as of the past.
I think we're looking at the StreamYard screen, actually.
Okay, let me stop sharing and then go back. Reshare. Maybe I just selected the wrong.
Guys, we got Ragnar coming up too. Does Tony need to do the news right away, or does he have more time?
So Tony, he said that he actually had to go around like 12. So we're gonna do dev and get. We're gonna let Bawdy finish, do guest and dev, or dev and guest, and then if he's back in time, we'll do news with him. If not, I'll
Okay. Sweet. Perfect. All right.
Okay, I think that should be working better now.
Yes, sir. We got it.
So we are looking at the Monero transactions. Lately, we've had a little bump up here to the 40,000 area, which is nice. Last time this is slightly longer than in December when that happened. And if we zoom out a little bit now at the 3-year chart, we're not exactly getting up to these kind of levels that we had centered around July of 2022, but in the depths of the bear market, at the end of October there, we have been steadily having higher lows. So that's nice. It looks like, there's kind of a little bit of a comeback here. Let's do a simple moving average of, I guess 7 days is fine. Yeah, so you can see overall, like we're kind of that bottom area is coming to the top side here, and although we've kind of flattened off here in the past few years, you know, if I were to put this on a technical analysis sense, you'd probably say that this is a consolidation pattern before going higher. At least hopefully, right? That's the narrative I would like to tell myself, that we're basically going to be continuing our rise in transaction counts here. So yeah, I think that's about it for Monero. Let's circle back around here and talk a little bit more about Bitcoin, a little bit about crypto. Let's see, we covered the ETF. Today we're going to talk the regression analysis. So let's go ahead and get that done here. So here's the monthly chart. There's a few things that are important to point out on the monthly chart. Oh, I redid the regression analysis for the yellow line. So the blue line or the green line or the aqua line, the lower boundary here, that's pretty much set. We won't recalculate that. Probably, maybe I could recalculate it and include this data right here from January. But I still think it's very possible that at some point here in the next year or so, a big drop could happen, right? If you get some demand destroying event, we could get another wick down that touches this lower boundary line. I really, really actually hope that happens. I would love the opportunity to say this is statistical maximum opportunity here to just put everything into Bitcoin or everything into crypto. It probably would be like little Bitcoin, little Ethereum, right? I'd probably just go with the big ones, whatever, on the cash I have waiting on the sidelines here. Okay, but the yellow line changes regularly because the yellow line is calculated by removing these blow off tops. And it's an iterative process where you sort of draw the regression line, the best fit line for all of the data, and then you throw out all of the data that's kind of like really, really high. Then you redraw the regression line without that data included. And then again, you cut off the tops. Maybe one day on the show when it's slow and there's not much to talk about, I'll actually like show you step by step this process, how it works. Ultimately, I say all that because this yellow line gets recalculated at every single new candle, right? Every single new candle causes this yellow line to shift ever so slightly. So once every few months, it's really, it's not a bad idea to recalculate it. So this yellow line is now current as of February 28th, 2024. So you'll notice that, it's really, if you're really looking at the Bitcoin price, like it is not significantly out of trend relative to the regression analysis, right? Relative to the non-bubble, I call the yellow line the non-bubble regression analysis. I kind of stole that from Ben Cohen, so thanks, Ben, for the terminology. Definitely give him some credit there. Although, Ben, bro, if you ever come across this stuff, you should contact me. I can help you look at your residuals and get your model tightened up, which is why your model tends to diverge slowly over time. At any rate, another important thing here to point out that you'll notice, I dropped this horizontal line. Effectively, Bitcoin closed the month of February at the previous close all-time high, right, from October. It effectively tagged that. Another very interesting thing to note here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row on the monthly chart, and we are now at 7 green candles, although obviously we still have the next 30 days of March, 31 days of March before this green candle could potentially, could go down. The thing that I want to point out here is that Bitcoin has never had 7 months of green candles in a row since 2012. And even this one right here. So, okay, we can count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2012 was the last time Bitcoin had 7 green monthly candles in a row. And it almost doesn't count because these first 2 candles were really, they were green, but basically they were flat, right? Like, okay, you count those technically, but that wasn't like actually like truly like positive movement. Okay, technically slightly, but it was more like a bottoming pattern after a big blow off top happened, consolidation pattern before moving higher. So that's another little like tick mark in our brains that we say, hey, maybe this run is getting a little bit ahead of itself. That's not to say that things can't continue higher. And right now you'll see that the upper boundary of the Bitcoin regression sits at $140,000, right? Like if we got to $140,000, I would be taking massive shorts on leverage. I would take the risk of being on a centralized exchange to take shorts on the Bitcoin price if we touch this upper boundary here again. I don't think we're necessarily going to get that high. That would be really quite out of control, I think. And even just the fact, again, that we've got these 6 green candles working on the 7th here. I mean, there's a lot of indicators out there, guys, that are starting to say top is close, top is inbound. We've got all these like small things, again, like with the Monero delisting, right? They did the same thing in 2021 where they delisted from Bittrex and then topped the markets and distributed on everyone, a little bit afterwards. We're on the Z scores, right? We are out of trend. We are nearing, as we talked about back here. Effectively, sorry, that's the stocks. This is total market cap. It's basically the same story for Bitcoin. So again, effectively, like we're approaching out of trend. We are approaching the same levels as previous all-time highs, at least in terms of the previous 365 days. Okay, yeah, 365 days. So like you can see, like we're basically getting, like we're close, guys. Like this is getting close. Like I said, I've been looking for opportunities to sell. I've been like for the past few months, I'm like, hey, I'm ready to get out of these markets when the time comes. Time hasn't come yet. So we're, I'm still basically long, right? As we've talked about here, like the direction is up. There's more juice to squeeze, right? This, like, you don't want to get out of the markets yet. And again, I really want to sidetrack here into like trading styles and strategies, but we'll save that here for a little bit. Let's go back to the regression analysis. Okay, so that's the monthly. That's what the monthly chart looks like. Let's go down to the daily. I'm not sure if there's anything we need to look at on the daily there, actually. Let's take a quick side trail as long as we're on it. Tether market cap has like massively increased. So there's been a lot of tethers issued. And actually, this is kind of a miss on my part, guys. I should have been watching this more carefully and just kind of like, I don't know, I guess I got bored of looking at the tether market cap, not doing anything. But really starting in November, tether market cap really started moving to the upside. This is yet another like congruency to what happened in 2020, 2021. You saw tether market cap significantly increasing ahead of and in line with as Bitcoin price increased. So at the moment, like tether market cap continues to move up, right? Like that's gone from 82 billion to almost 100 billion, right? So that's 18 billion more tether in existence now. So, and also USDC market cap bottomed and is now also moving to the upside here. So just another like important small point to keep in our heads here. Let's go to like our regular charts that we look at. And if I'm looking for areas where I think topping action could happen, this is the Bitcoin chart. It is now significantly above like any of our eyeball lines. We are now actually significantly breaking through these upper standard deviations. Those upper standard deviations had been a target in my mind for quite a long time, but the reality is that there's so much momentum here that momentum is just continuing to carry this thing higher and higher. And in a lot of ways, that's dangerous, right? Because that's leverage. When this kind of thing happens, people start aping in. People start taking leverage. They start going 20x. They start doing crazy shit. And that shit just pumps the coin even more. So right now, what we're looking at here is these purple bands. And that's a derivation of standard deviation. It's like kind of your next level up. It's not the second standard deviation. It's like it's a non-arbitrary way. It's a non-multiplier way of deciding how do you look at standard deviation and a moving standard deviation, and then come up with something that gives you something useful, right? Right now, I'm looking at this as being the potential topping point for Bitcoin. I don't want to say that that's what I think the topping point will be, but 80K, somewhere around about 80,000 now is what this really looks like. That looks quite possible. Again, you've got liquidity in the macro sense that's still available. You still got stock markets that are going to continue up, most likely. Does it need a cool off? Yeah, I mean that could be the case. I don't know if things are going to cool off or continue directly up. But at the moment, I really do think that 80,000 could legitimately be a spot to look for here. I mean, that's what the technicals would say. Like that's what the chart looks like. I still am not going to chase with the funds I've had sitting on the sideline. I just don't chase. I hate chasing. It's like, I just can't do it. I will watch the market pass me by. That's fine. And miss out on some gains that I could have had. Like I've told you guys, I've still got my long plays on my altcoins, and those are keeping pace with Bitcoin. And in a lot of cases, in some cases, outperforming significantly. So, yeah, I mean, this thing could continue going. I think it would just be special if, 65,000, 70,000, 80,000, right? Like marginally higher highs to trick people into thinking that the next wave up, the next big, boom is coming, only to distribute on the plebs and then see some kind of big washout. So again, that's tentative, like to say that we're going to have some interim top here and then have a big washout, maybe back down to like 30K or 40K, something like that. That's very speculative, right? We're looking into the future. And so this is what I mean when I say this is a tentative kind of idea. We have to examine as we get closer. We have to play it by ear in real time, because like markets are not static. And if you have some kind of thesis where you think the market, you're looking ahead, okay, this is what I expect the market's going to do. Here's how I will position myself for that. as things change and as like the markets dynamically adjust and update, and things will always happen that you don't expect, you need to be nimble to adjust to that, right? Like, just because I've been saying, hey, I'm looking for exits, I haven't exited yet, right? Like, and that's an important thing to understand. Like, when you're listening to anyone talk about price, or anyone like making forecasts, right? Like, this is a fuzzy thing, and it's, you can't get it right all the time. And if you're going to trade, you especially have to know that you're going to be wrong sometimes and be able to survive being wrong, right? So that's personally, like, my style is I hate trend trading. I hate chasing, but I do like trying to buy tops and sell tops and buy bottoms. That seems to have worked for me. Like, personally, that's worked pretty good. I'm okay with watching the markets pump, and I'm not 100% in the market. That's fine. I trade lightly and I trade rarely. Like, there are times that opportunity comes along, right? With the delisting, there was good opportunity there to sit all day and watch a chart and then try and time the bottom, right? And buy some Monero at the bottom there. That was fun. That was cool. But I've got other projects that I work on. I really don't want to be married to a screen, to a chart. I really have come to dislike that in a significant amount. So if you're not going to dedicate all your time to looking at charts and studying markets, you need to find other ways. If you want to trade and you want to beat the market and not just hodl, you need to find strategies that are going to work for you, right? So for me personally, keeping track of the macro situation, trying to buy the bottom, selling the top, or at least getting in that neighborhood, right, has helped me to be able to beat the market fairly consistently now for the past couple years. But that's just my personal style. There's other styles that work, right? So that's why I try not to tell you guys and give like specific advice, or like, you should do this, or like, you should, I'll say, okay, the market direction is up, I think things are going up, but I typically won't like tell you, okay, this is like how you should trade, or your exact strategy or style. This is why I'm just trying to like deliver the information of what the markets look like, at least from my perspective, so that you can make your own decision in line with your own like trading goals and objectives, with your own like financial investment goals and objectives. So because lately I've had a lot of people asking me this question, like, hey man, the market's going up, I'm going to sell my stocks and buy the Bitcoin ETF. And I'm just like, rubbing my eyes. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, that's why back in December, January, a year ago, right at the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, I said, this is the time. The macro situation is clearly changing. There's a fundamental shift happening. Like, now is the time to get back into the markets, like start buying. Because right now, I don't care if markets drop. Like, I can hold all of the things I'm holding and the markets can drop and I'm still winning. I'm still in profits. But if I go chasing right here and I drop all that cash, the extra, like, I don't know, stable coins or gold or whatever, if I drop that into crypto markets now, and then I'm wrong and things don't continue going up to 80,000, and that's loss, that's pure loss. So I don't know what to tell people that are like, hey, should I put my money into the Bitcoin ETF now? It's like, I couldn't, like, that's completely out of line with the way that I trade. There is a trend, however. Some people do trend trade. Just know that, like, that's a very different style. So hopefully, I don't know, it sounds like a little bit of a disclaimer, I guess, but really it's contextual. Like, I want you guys to understand the context for the information that I'm presenting, and hopefully, like, just know you have to integrate that into your own like goals, strategy, styles, and availability to trade these markets. So that's let's see. Let's make sure we've covered everything here. Similar chart patterns. Yeah, we won't cover that chart pattern. We already covered the regression analysis. Bitcoin NASDAQ looks very similar. Let's see here. Bitcoin NASDAQ is already like kind of moving to the upside here. Again, you've got these big purple lines at the top side here. That's probably a good target. Bitcoin has been significantly outperforming the NASDAQ. Although you'll notice, like, Bitcoin is still pretty far away from its all-time highs in terms of the NASDAQ. Let's go to the monthly. These are monthly candles. Yeah, so Bitcoin is still like, and this is kind of like, this is almost kind of a good way to look at Bitcoin relative to inflation, because the NASDAQ probably is like the biggest beneficiary of inflation. It really is. Like, you get all this liquidity, you get all the speculation, this money printing, you get the leverage, you get people taking loans to invest into the market, right? And then what do they invest in? Because times are good, they go into the NASDAQ, because that's your, that's where the gains are to be had in the traditional markets. So if you really want to look at how Bitcoin is doing relative to inflation, you probably want to look at Bitcoin relative to the NASDAQ. So it's doing pretty good, right? Like, Bitcoin is now like beaten pretty much the most shallow way that we could draw this line. Like, okay, maybe we could try and draw the line like that. Like, we could try and draw the line like that. That would be dubious. But anyways, like, Bitcoin is doing quite well relative to the NASDAQ. So I think that's about all I have for you guys. It's been quite a long price report today. So just to summarize, the macro situation still looks like there's liquidity. The stock market technical analysis, statistical, standard deviation analysis looks like it still wants to make it higher. It still wants to go up. Bitcoin is now well beyond, it has momentum. Crypto has momentum. There's real cash coming in with the ETF, although some of that is wash trading, no doubt. Bitcoin is now well above standard deviation levels. That's probably a pivot point. I'm looking at tentatively 80K now, a slightly higher high for Bitcoin. And I still do think that at some point an altcoin run, and there kind of already is, it's already happening. There already is kind of an altcoin run in progress. Maybe not for Ethereum, right? Ethereum isn't making any big runs, but some of these other coins like Link and AVAX and, there are coins out there that are doing quite well. Not all of them are, but there should be some kind of altcoin run. Pick and choose wisely. I say when it comes to small market cap, highly speculative plays, it is never wrong to take profit. If you're holding shitcoins and you're speculating on shitcoins and you're up, significant amounts, if you significantly outperform Bitcoin, it's never wrong to take profit. I say take that profit. If you really feel like you need to keep it in crypto, okay, then take the profit on the shitcoin and go into Bitcoin, go into Ethereum, go into Monero, right? Go into something else. So that's the big broad, the 30,000 foot view. There's still liquidity. Altcoin run probably coming somewhat. It might be muted. It might not be as big as people hope, but don't get too greedy. I feel greedy right now. I look at my emotions and I think that my emotions are a counter signal. The market can stay greedy for a while though. So
I know I've asked you this before, Bawdy, but just real quick, what is your advice to people that are looking to, perhaps liquidate some of their crypto into a quote unquote stable, something USD related? What's the easiest way you think these days to do that in a KYC free way?
There's local Monero, but that means you already have to have your Monero. These instant swap exchanges are pretty good. There's basic swap, but that didn't seem to have a significant selection of coins. I say Trocador.app is a really good way to KYC free get from one coin into another coin. So yeah, you can go straight from whatever shitcoin it is you're gambling on into USDC or USDT or DAI. Those are my big three. Those are the ones that I prefer to hold. They're stable, right? If you tried to do Terra Luna stablecoin, you got totally wrecked and wiped out. Stay with the tried and true ones. USDT has some kind of tacit blessing or agreement with the deep state. But stay with the big three there. You can use instant swap exchanges. That's a non-KYC way to do it. What else could you do? Let's see. You could see what kind of stuff exists on local Monero. You could hypothetically swap from your shitcoin into XMR, and then from XMR into Ethereum or into Tron, and then from there into USDC. I know that I'm hoop jumping here, so I apologize. But there's not, as you were talking about Monero earlier, there's not great ways. It's not a straightforward click a button, easy way to do it. You've got to jump through some hoops to do this sometimes.
Vic is saying, yeah, obviously you can swap into stables and Cake, and that
probably we have Trocador and Cake Wallet.
The easiest way to do it.
What are the fees there?
I don't know if they're any. I don't know how much different they are from using Trocador by itself. I don't think it's any different at all. I think it's the same.
Okay, I remember one time I swapped. I think it was BTC to Monero or Litecoin to Monero or something, and I felt like I was paying 4% or 5%. I was like, damn, that's kind of high. But that was before y'all integrated Trocador, so maybe I need to take a second. It was
probably with one of the other ones, because there's also Change Now, Sideshift, and Simple Swap, which those ones have all slightly different fee rates. Trocador, though, it also depends on which service Trocador selects, because Trocador themselves is an aggregator for a lot of different swap services, right? So depending on which one you get in Trocador, that'll also change the fee.
I just remember it was a simple interface. I was like, okay, I want to swap from here to here. I don't remember which direction exactly, but it involves Monero. And I just remember paying 4 or 5% in fees, and I didn't have much. There wasn't really an option. It was like, okay, do you want to swap? And I was like, yes, I want to swap. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Write down this thing. Okay, it's written. And then once everything was said and done, I was like, damn, that was a 4% hit or a 5% hit.
I don't think I've ever paid a fee that high.
Somebody's saying average 1.5% fee in Cake. I don't know which
I've never Yeah,
Okay.
I've never paid a fee that
Vic
high. Usually like 1%.
saying around 1% it should be. We do huge volumes, so obviously people are good.
Okay, that must have
there you
just been
go,
like
guys.
an
There you
off
go.
experience, and it was last year. Like, I think it was early last year, so it's been a while since I've done it. But
Yeah, once again, it'll
it
vary
was easy.
depending
Like,
on
you
the
didn't do poops.
Yeah, no, it's just built in there. And the whole exchange process is integrated in the wallet, so you don't have to leave it, which is pretty awesome. But it'll
It was
vary
also
depending
before
on
y'all
the
integrated
provider.
ETH.
But I think I've paid around 1% for all the swaps I've done, around 1 to 2%.
Well,
Definitely
shit,
not
I'm gonna
5%.
start using.
I think
Takedowns
they
for
were.
that.
I think they were much higher back in the day when it first started. I remember, like when, you were first able to use an instant exchange on Cake. The fees were higher back in the day. I believe I could. That was my experience, talking years ago.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to hear then. Actually,
I don't know now though. Honestly, I haven't I haven't used it anytime recently. But Vic is saying around 1%, which is that's very competitive, right?
Yeah.
And that reflects my own experience.
Yeah.
Well, I will give it a try again. The next time I need to make a swap, I'll just do it in Cake, and yeah, if that happens again, I'll definitely contact you, Vic. Let you know. And or Tux. So.
All right. Awesome, Bawdy. Fantastic price report as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, stick around if
Appreciate
you
the
can.
opportunity. Yeah, I'll be here.
And we'll jump to our special guest. Let's do it.
All right. Thanks, Bawdy.
Thank you, Bawdy.
That was good. Let's jump into the guest segment.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Ragnar. Thanks for hanging on, man. I know it's a marathon over here.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a little low. If you could somehow raise your volume.
Okay, let's see how I do that.
Wait, I might be able to raise your
see.
volume. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I got you. I got you
Got me.
over here. Let's see if that works. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Is that better? Or I can make
Yeah,
it
much
my
better. Yeah, that's
microphone?
better for me.
Okay.
So what's
Good.
going on? Finney Forum around the corner, man. It's creeping up fast.
Yeah, 2 weeks from yesterday we'll be there. So glad to be back with you. We had our interview like a month ago or so. So getting ramped up, and I saw what you guys are doing in Argentina. That looks really exciting. But for now, I'm focusing on the next 2 weeks to get across the finish line. But very excited for Finney Forum. Very excited.
I'm personally very excited. Can't wait to go down there. It's not too far. It's not like we're going to Europe or anything. Just going to Texas. And honestly, I haven't been there in years. I was in Texas once. It was right after college, so very much looking forward to that. Just hanging out there.
Yeah,
But give us some insight into the scene. What people could expect if they're coming down to Finney Forum.
Thanks. Yeah, so I think of it as a really holistic conference that integrates Bitcoin, Monero, cybersecurity, and privacy in general. And I think that is often overlooked when we talk about, our my favorite two cryptocurrencies, is how they fit into kind of the broader perspective of other technologies. And so that's why we did Finney Forum this way, is to bring the best of all those things that most of us care about: Monero, Bitcoin, privacy, cybersecurity, and how they can work together. So I think that's kind of what distinguishes us from some other conferences, especially Bitcoin conferences. So I would say that's the first, I think, sort of bullet point for people who are still on the fence if they want to come or not. And then the second thing I would say is we're excited to have really practical, sort of hands-on type of speakers. We try to have a variety of types of speakers, but we really want to get heavy on like people who are building things or building tools or using specific tools. So I think we're achieving that. And the third thing is I'm excited to have our keynote speaker, Tor Eklund. He's working on the Bitcoin fog case, and I think the court case is I think it's this week that's happening. So by the time he comes to speak, I think we'll know how that case went. So we'll have to look.
Very exciting. Yeah, we've had him on the show back in the day. And then we had him at Monerotopia. They're a good group of guys, real freedom fighters. So very cool that you have them there as the main speaker. Finney Forum. I mean, let me ask you. Obviously, I know why, but just to get the information out there, why are you calling it Finney Forum? Give us a little background there for the noobs out there who don't know much.
Yeah, that's a great question, and probably we should have put out a video about why we chose Hal Finney when we first got started. But yeah, why Hal Finney? Because for us, Hal Finney sort of represents, I think, what a lot of us should aspire to in several ways. So what's so interesting about Hal Finney is probably a lot of people know that he was the first person to receive a Bitcoin transaction from Satoshi. So that in itself is pretty amazing. But all the work he did up till then, like his pre-Bitcoin work was, reusable proof of work. A lot of things. He was a true cypherpunk. I mean, it's hard to be a true cypherpunk. I know a lot of us aspire to be, and we do what we can, but I mean, he's one of the ones that set the bar. So we wanted to use him for that, and a few other reasons. What he built. So not a lot of people know this, I don't think, but he had ALS. He died of ALS, and what that disease is, you lose muscle control. And so in the later years of his life, he was in a wheelchair, couldn't move his arms, his legs. He used kind of this, I think it was a breathing kind of computer apparatus that would allow him to code and write. So he was still coding in his last days without use of his hands or even his voice. So it's pretty amazing in terms of like contributing with what you can. I think that's very admirable. And then I think the final piece was that, talking about ordinals and Bitcoin for a second, he had an original idea. He called them cryptographic trading cards. So Hal, was creative, but he's very open-minded because he saw, hey, we have these cryptographic trading cards. Wouldn't that be neat? Well, that's sort of ordinals today. So I think in summary, Hal Finney is a true cypherpunk who built things, who was open-minded yet practical, and he was an extremely nice guy. So I just think like, hey, what kind of Bitcoin or Monero type of person do I want to become? I think Hal's definitely up there for us.
Yeah, I mean he's the ultimate cypherpunk, right? And I think I don't know if I apologize if you already said it, but yeah, I think his first tweet with regards to Bitcoin was like running Bitcoin, and then his second tweet like 10 days later was looking for ways to add anonymity to Bitcoin or privacy to Bitcoin. So I mean he was on it. He understood the issues from the get-go, and he was truly on a mission to build digital cash. He was right. I mean I think he sought for that utility. I think that's why he was excited about Bitcoin. And for all we know, he is Satoshi or was one of the Satoshi clan that started. I mean, right? He was the first guy to receive a Bitcoin transaction from Satoshi.
Yeah.
Amazing individual for all the reasons you mentioned. So yeah, super cool that you did that and you named it after him. Any contact with his family? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you don't want to bother people, but I'm just curious if do they know that the Finney Forum is happening?
Well, it's kind of unfortunate because so they were actually robbed because people thought he was Satoshi who controlled all those Bitcoins, and so they were actually like had issues with kind of some crime there and some violence there. So we kind of just don't really talk about Fran. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought up his tweets because his first one was running Bitcoin and then trying to improve privacy on Bitcoin. And that's another thing is he showed that it's important to actually run Bitcoin, run a node and do things, focus, and then improving privacy. So it's almost like bittersweet because if more had sort of followed Hal's path of let's improve privacy on Bitcoin, maybe Bitcoin would be in a different place today. And I think a lot of like Monero people, privacy people, even like the Samurai Wallet guys, a lot of us think that kind of Bitcoin Core wasted a lot of years, and other people wasted a lot of years in terms of the protocol, sort of emphasizing like financial products rather than just pure privacy. But you know what? We have Monero, so we have an alternative, which is great. We can improve Bitcoin's privacy with Whirlpool coin joins. So yeah, here we are.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. How are you seeing some good action, or what are you expecting in terms of attendees? And are people paying with Monero for the tickets?
Oh yeah, no, people are definitely paying with Monero. We use BTC Pay Server, and obviously that's self-hosted. So yeah, I mean, people love. This is what I've learned in the last couple of years: is people love paying with Monero. Like, there's a shortage, I think, where people could really pay with Monero in a way that I think is meaningful to them. People might think, well, why Monero for like a meet space event, right? But the thing is, as you know, you've done several conferences, is people want to protect their privacy, but if you only accept credit cards for these types of events and you need, your real address, your real name, I mean, that's kind of defeats like the purpose, right? And so for us, we got a lot of enthusiasm for actually accepting Monero and Bitcoin for our conference. There was a, ETH-Denver, it's a big kind of Ethereum conference that happened this week in Denver. And there was a big building on Bitcoin conference. And I hate to call them out, but it's just ridiculous. They didn't accept Bitcoin for the tickets. You could only pay with credit cards. And here they're doing this building on Bitcoin conference. So, very simple thing we're doing for our conference attendees is they can pay with Monero, and not just, but self-hosted, open source. And as part of that, we're also, for the check-in process is you don't need to give your real name, address. You can just, you get like a QR code, email, and you could use your email address. That you can share, and that's how we identify you. So a lot of conferences don't do that either. So they really kind of require your real name, which is crazy.
Yeah. No, we do that as well, right? You just pay with Monero. What are you curious? What are you using? Are you using BTC Pay Server? What are you using to accept crypto?
BTC Pay Server, which has a couple issues, but because we're also doing Bitcoin, so doing Bitcoin and Monero, we're using BTC Pay Server. That makes it a lot more.
Yeah, no, it's very slick. We use the Monero gateway just because we were accustomed to using that. BTC Pay Server didn't really exist at the time, or didn't have Monero at the time when we started, but Monero gateway has worked pretty well for us, and we use WooCommerce for the website, and integrates nicely.
Yeah.
Is that you're using WooCommerce as well, and then integrated with BTC Pay Server?
Yeah, WooCommerce. It's so funny. WooCommerce just won't die. You would think
Hey, it works, man. It does the job. And so just, putting this information out there, right, for those looking to build a website and accept Monero, it's very easy to do these days. There's really no challenge. I haven't used BTC Pay Server, but I think that's the way to go if you were to start from scratch today. But Monero Gateway is another option. Now Payments has a nice feature you can use as well, because what I like about that is you could accept any crypto and then instant exchange it into Monero, so you receive Monero as the vendor. So that's what we use. We use Monero Gateway in combination with Now Payments built into WooCommerce, and it works out well.
Yeah, speaking of which, Deverick Apollo, he's going to be a speaker, so
yes.
Really excited to have him. I mean, everyone knows Deverick. I mean, so it's great to have like example of a builder, right, as a speaker at the conference. So he'll be there.
You know what he's presenting on? Do you know what Deverick's presenting on?
We're giving him latitude, but it's probably going to be on Monero tools, basically, like, payment tools, kind of the things we're talking about. But pretty much every speaker, I just kind of say like whatever you want in 30 minutes. And I mean, we talk just to make sure we're on the same kind of page, but like everyone, as like quality speakers, you don't need to give them much guidance. They're experts and they're passionate about it. So.
Yep. No, you got a good mix, man. Obviously, Luke Parker, he's an all-star. We were talking to him last night. We recorded an episode with him last night, Monero Talk, because we had somebody at ETH-Denver, and he just bumped into Luke or found him on Twitter, and Luke ended up jumping on. Man, what a phenom that kid is. He's doing amazing things for Monero. So I guess he'll be presenting on Sarai or perhaps full membership proofs.
The latter.
Okay.
That was a funny conversation, because Luke's like, well, I can, talk on both. And he was like, which one do you want me, to talk on? I said, hey, whichever you prefer. And so he's like, well, I'll do that. And then Sarai, maybe, I said, how about plugging Sarai at the last minute? He's like, okay, maybe I can do that. So we'll kind of see, but yeah, it's great to have like a really deep technical person, because we want kind of to reach every part of the audience. So he's going to be a good one there for that.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing so much for pushing Monero forward in terms of its technology right now. It's pretty unbelievable.
It's just amazing how you only need a couple of amazing individuals to really do so much. We always think like, oh, what can one person do? Or it takes so many people to move a project forward, but you really only need to attract a couple of the top people, and they really push it.
So, dude, what's your feel right now? I mean, obviously everybody's going crazy with the bull market and in Bitcoin land. Give us your overall take on things from your perspective. You've been in this space a long time. Give us your current take.
Yeah, so Bitcoin specifically, Monero is a lot more straightforward, but Bitcoin is sort of like a really cruel mistress in a way, right? Like it's a cruel mistress. So this bull market looks like we're entering into. I'm always have mixed feelings about bull markets. I've been through several cycles, and everyone likes the price gains, and I mean, who doesn't? But it tends to bring out some of the worst in people, right? A lot of arrogance and a lot of rash decisions and poor products and things like that. So I just always have mixed feelings when this happens. But my overall feeling as well is that ordinals are net good for Bitcoin. People are finally using Bitcoin a lot more than they were. Like people are using Bitcoin to buy ordinals, whether you like them or not. That's what they're doing. And we were talking about talent. Well, that's bringing a lot more talented developers and entrepreneurs and investors. So I think people are accepting the fact that Bitcoin is, I think now a lot of people know now that Bitcoin isn't fungible or that private by default. But I think people are realizing, hey, you can grow the Bitcoin economy by having these digital products. I just think of like these ordinals as digital products. So it's finally like a better use case for Bitcoin. So I think it's just fascinating what ordinals has done for Bitcoin. And not only ordinals, but like layer twos, like that ETH-Denver conference, it was a lot of like layer two stuff, basically Ethereum type functions on Bitcoin. So that will bring in more talent, more utility. Monero, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and how about Monero? Right now, things are interesting with Monero. I mean, it was just delisted from Binance. It's like, it's really, it's getting beat up in the corner, right? It's like Rocky right now. Question is it gonna fight back? I mean, it feels like it already has, but curious what your take is on that.
Yeah, Monero is so it's just hard to kill. It's a cockroach, right? It's so resilient that it fills a niche in the market that no other coin, fills very well, and it's pretty early on in that, so it's just so resilient. Monero doesn't keep me up at night at all. It's been Bitcoin that has kept me up many times. So, and in terms of Monero, it's interesting to see the conversation that happened. Like, what about Monero having ordinals, right? like Mordinals, I think is what people call
Mordinals,
it.
yeah.
And it was so fascinating to watch the debate, because it's like it has to be private, but if you add ordinals, that's going to decrease the privacy. But it could bring more transactions and more usage of Monero and this and that. So I love seeing that really smart debate that people have had about seeing the success of them on Bitcoin, but are they right for Monero? So it's.
Yeah, which just reminds me, part of the Luke. One of the things we were talking about was the potential to build smart contracts into the Monero protocol, private smart contracts. And Luke saying how theoretically it's possible to do. In fact, there was like a proposal for it, but probably just doesn't align with the Monero vision of being digital cash. Even though like that wouldn't necessarily get disrupted, but just interesting to realize that these things can be done. What do you think of that? Because I often do hear you talking about things like ordinals on Bitcoin and the interest in that, and I agree. Those are very interesting concepts, and there's a lot of things that can be done there. But in terms of Monero itself, do you think Monero is going about things the right way in terms of culturally, where everybody is aligned with this mission of digital cash first, not even trying to put messaging into it or something, like which we're seeing in Zcash, where I don't know if it already exists, so they'll be adding a way to send messages with transactions, but just things like that. Do you think Monero's current mission of being really zeroed in on just only being the best form of digital cash is the way to go? or do you think Monero needs to consider other potential features and utilities as it grows?
Yeah, I personally think Monero's doing exactly what it should, and I agree with the majority of Monero community members and Monero users. I just think it's so rare to have a good privacy coin that has relative liquidity. I mean, you could always have a new coin that has learned from Monero's design and tweak it, make it better. But yeah, it's such a unique use case that I think I'm like most people are very conservative about adding anything else. I mean, I would love to preserve the privacy and have more ordinals, right? Because that will just expand the use cases, bring more people in. But at the end of the day, I think most people, don't want to go that route unless you could really come up with a way, maybe Luke can, maybe others can, of having like anonymous ones or just anything that doesn't take away. It's actually kind of amazing how, I don't want to say unified, but how many people in Monero kind of have the same vision. And maybe it's just because of the use case that everyone's like, look, I can use Bitcoin, I can use Ethereum, but I want Monero to do this thing. I don't want it to do anything else. So maybe that's why it's been so.
And I think the quote unquote leaders in the space from early days did a really good job with kind of setting the culture, right? And saying, this is the mission of Monero. And if you're coming into this space, you're coming into this protocol, this project, just be known, this is what we're interested in, this is what we're working on. And I think a lot of people, it stuck, right? Even with the meme of don't buy Monero, right? Like that was pretty harsh at the time, and I think it was a real, it really forced the community in the right direction.
Yeah, a lot of times you don't need to attract the right people, you need to repel the wrong people. And I think, the different organizations that don't like Monero, different institutions, maybe even governments that don't like Monero, as we know that the governments, when they don't like something, they try to infiltrate it and break it up. I mean, that's what has been done for thousands of years. And so I'm always kind of on the lookout for who's trying to infiltrate Monero. Are there any specific people? Are there any organizations that are, in the chicken coop, so to speak? And I'm sure they are, but they seem to not have gotten very far. Whereas definitely with Bitcoin, I think we could assume pretty safely that, they have made a dent. I personally think they've made a dent, but it doesn't seem to be so in Monero. So that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's a large attack surface there for Bitcoin. And I think Monero's done a pretty good job at foreseeing these attack surfaces and preemptively trying to eliminate them with regards to not having a transparent ledger and the mining network itself being, ASIC resistant, things like that. We'll see. I mean, maybe Monero really hasn't been tested yet, right? We will see. It seems like you're saying that their current strategy is to just choke off the on ramps and the off ramps. But beyond that, not sure what else they can do other than that. And does the game theory work out where that actually becomes a good thing for Monero, allowing it to continue to evolve, cut off from the fiat system, so everybody that's using it isn't KYC'd, AML'd, and it just grows and learns how to be a beast on its own without being connected to the fiat system.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's safe to assume, and it seems to be that way. And I think partly why Monero hasn't been overtly attacked, like we saw Tornado Cash, was, and I think we would say that Monero has been tested when they try to do something like that, like specifically tries to go after the developers of Monero, any businesses that use Monero. They haven't done that yet. And if they do, that would be, I think, the true test of Monero. And people like to point to darknet markets for Bitcoin or for Monero and say, look at that, and it's a sign of a good privacy coin. But it's kind of interesting when you look at the big cyber crimes like North Korea, Russia, Iran, scammers. In the U.S. there's lots of scammers, and you look at those true cyber crimes, and the ones that really have a lot of money, $50 million, $10 million. Most of them, like ransomware. So specific example, let's think of ransomware. A lot of ransomware, they accept Bitcoin. And it's like, well, wait a minute, Bitcoin is traceable and this and that. Oh, absolutely. But a lot of these,
The liquidity.
crimes are by nation states or backed by nation states, or nation states look the other way. And so they kind of don't care that people know it's them. They just move the coins fast enough to kind of get them back home, so to speak. And so it's kind of interesting because it sort of fills an interesting niche where people who use Monero, like, we're not criminals. It's not like if Monero dominated in cybercrime, then that what I think would be a big problem, and you would really see aggressiveness from the state. But I think Monero, maybe people don't like me saying this, but because Monero really isn't like the crime coin, like the big crime coin, then I think it's just not quite a threat. They don't like Monero. They wish it didn't exist. But I think because major cybercrime really just uses Bitcoin or Tether, actually, Tether is a big one, that I think it sort of fills this nice niche where regular people like us can still use Monero, but not it be like big target on the back. So let these cyber criminals keep using Bitcoin, because they're not going to outlaw Bitcoin. So it's an interesting time. We'll see if that changes, but so far that's what it is.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. How crazy do you think things are going to get with regards to Monero, or maybe Bitcoin too? I don't know what your opinion is there in terms of regulation. Like you said, they're not gonna ban Bitcoin at this point. I mean, it's being fiatized to a degree. But Monero, in addition to essentially cutting off the on and off ramps, do you think they take it a step further, especially here in the U.S.? How far do you think things go?
I think we're going to see. I think we can never underestimate or think that a government's going to be logical in their decisions. I'm hoping it won't get much farther than just sort of pushing on the exchanges to delist, and that's sort of it, rather than an outright like ban like they try to do with the Tornado Cash. So I'm hoping they'll just kind of stick to that, and hopefully they will. I think if the major cyber crimes start using Monero, that might change, but I don't know if there's enough liquidity there. When you've got 30 million, 50 million to move, like it's a little bit harder there with Monero, especially not being exchanges. The amazing thing with cybercrime is how many of them use KYC AML exchanges. Now, maybe through like someone else's identity, but that's the other interesting thing, is because they often use these exchanges because they have more liquidity. It's kind of good, because it's sort of like they don't use Monero, because I more care about individuals using Monero than like criminals. Like criminals hurt everyone, but as long as like regular people just want to protect their privacy, I think that's like a nice little needle that's being thread.
Yeah. It's beautiful. I mean, it's being adopted as a tool for preserving liberty, right? Mm-hmm. What do you see as being the next wave of adoption in Monero? Like, where are these new people coming from?
I think actually a lot will come from Bitcoin now that Bitcoin has more people coming into it. And I think through Bitcoin, they'll get to Monero. Simply because I think there's the swaps between Bitcoin and Monero is a lot easier as people learn more about Bitcoin, because a lot of people are brand new to Bitcoin. Like, let's face it, like a lot are brand new. And so I think they just naturally will flow into Monero. And that's like our conference. Like, we're hoping to capture some Bitcoiners and come to the conference and be like, okay, I've heard of Monero, but they could really like see it up close, see how it works, talk to other people who see it that way. And so that's why for me, some people might like, well, why'd you do Bitcoin and Monero together? That's kind of two different crowds, but it's actually not. I mean, all the like Bitcoiners that I know who are into privacy, they use Monero just as much. So to answer your question,
there's definitely a Venn diagram there, right, of overlap. And those seem to be the most hardcore. They're the cypherpunks of cryptocurrency, right?
Yeah, and that's what Bitcoin provides liquidity. I mean, that's one of the things that definitely provides. And I think if Bitcoin were to disappear, it'd be bad for Monero, because Monero just doesn't have that much liquidity. So, I think one thing that's missing in like the broader Bitcoin Monero space is like how it fits into the rest of the world and the rest of your life. Like, I like what you guys are doing, having, the vendors there and the bazaar. I mean, that really helps spread the usage of Monero. So I think to me, I think of it increasingly like what else I do with like cybersecurity and those tools. And I hope that will. So I'm trying to answer your question again of what's kind of the next wave of adoption. And I hope it's the people who work in cybersecurity, who do pen testing, other things, like DEF CON, right? DEF CON is the largest hacking conference, at least in North America, maybe the world. But they don't accept cryptocurrency. It's either cash at the door or credit cards. And that's kind of disappointing, because a lot of these...
Do they accept credit cards? I thought it was only cash.
No, they do credit cards now.
All respect was lost for DEF CON when I went there in 2021 and they required a Vax ID to get in.
Yeah, it's just tough when the big conferences,
I was lucky enough to find one.
Or really? DEF CON required that?
Well, it's not even them. It could just be like the venue, and that's what's hard when you're such a big conference. You have a lot more at stake, and probably their insurance might have required it. But yeah, so
that was for me. That was like, oh my god, we are doomed. If DEF CON has now bowed the knee and is sitting there and logging everybody in with their Vax IDs as they come in, I was like, what are you guys even doing here? Like, just cancel the conference.
Yeah, they just. Yeah, I think, it's a tough decision there. I'm glad COVID days are over. But, I mean, like, how do we spread adoption of Bitcoin and even in Monero? It's like, well, how about DEF CON accepting Monero? Like, why don't they? And there must be some good reason. But, like, these cybersecurity conferences and events and tools, that is, to me, makes the most sense.
Yeah, I see the next wave of adoption also happening just in the larger Liberty community. I really feel like, we've done a good job in getting Monero out there, or on its own, it's been getting out there, right? People are finding it, discovering it, realizing it, and starting to adopt it and use it, I feel like, in the broader Liberty community. Seeing signs of that.
Yeah, and maybe, worse conditions will drive adoption too, worse political conditions. That's, sometimes people require that kick to start using things.
Right. Kind of like the same crowd that runs out and buys guns when they feel like their guns are going to get taken away, right? We might start to see that. And you're intimately familiar with that. You had the Guns of Bitcoin conference. Do you see there being overlap there? Does Monero kind of become the new the gun of the digital age in some regards, where people that understand the importance of owning a gun in the United States, or why it might make sense for them from a liberty perspective, do those same people wake up to the need for Monero?
The gun community is so weird. I mean, it's huge. I mean, there's more guns than people in the United States. But the gun community is such a weird thing because there's this big division in the gun world. And it's sort of, the first one is like the older gun owners who are like pro National Rifle Association, NRA. They tend to be boomers, all due respect to my older friends. And they tend to not be technologically forward. And then you have a much younger crowd, the gun owners, who are pretty disillusioned with kind of what you call mainstream gun culture. And the younger gun owners tend to be, into crypto. But even then, I'm still surprised. Even the younger gun crowd isn't as technical as you might think. Because often there are more people in the outdoors, outdoor sports, things like that, and technology is sort of, And I'm kind of that way. Like, I actually don't like technology. Like, I really don't. But I'm
kind of that way as well.
Yeah, right. It's like.
Yeah.
So,
which is why I love Monero, because it's easy to use. At the end of the day, I personally find it easy to use for purposes of digital cash. Like Bitcoin, you could go use Samurai and jump through all these hoops. It's one of the reasons why I've been held by Monero.
Yeah, that's why
easy.
It's like, and that's one reason I've never gotten into Ethereum or really anything else, because I just don't like tinkering with stuff. Right. I just kind of don't like technology. But like, you're right, Monero's easy to use. It's straightforward. There's people who can help you figure it out. And then kind of Bitcoin. And that's pretty much all I need. It's a good crowd. Yeah.
And I guess the guns people are probably more gold, right? It's like Guns and Gold, right? I would think, right?
Yeah, actually, there's a YouTube channel. I think it's Guns and Gold or Run to Guns and Gold or something. He's a libertarian type. Yeah, you're right. I mean, gold is definitely more in like the traditional gun community, which hey, it's useful, but it's like, come on, guys, it's 2024. Like,
I just threw up on the bottom of the screen because you were bringing up the things that we do. So yeah, one of the things is we sell coffee beans for Monero. I haven't plugged that in a while, and I'm bringing it up today because we actually do have new beans coming in, and then we're going to be bringing them to the conference. So those of you who've seen us at other conferences selling coffee, we're going to be doing that at Finney Forum, so that should be fun too. We'll be
yeah,
selling
that's a good product. Everyone loves coffee. I mean, it's kind of like, who doesn't love Monero and coffee, right? That's a good pairing. I like that. Yeah. So you guys will have that there. People can buy it.
Yeah,
That's
it'll be
cool.
very fresh. We have a new batch coming in, so it'll be good. It'll be good.
I've onboarded so many people using Gratuitous. It's a fun little trick I like to use called
Yeah.
give them the best coffee they've ever had, and if they want some more, they have to buy it with crypto.
Yeah, and hopefully every month, right? That's the other trick.
Yeah, it's nice. We got some steady customers. It's good. I mean, there's a lot of people that are addicted to coffee. Unfortunately, I'm one of them. But
yeah, and so many coffee brands are just their values don't align with a lot of our values, and so it's hard to actually find a coffee company that does sort of align those. So people be like, you know what, I can buy another coffee. It's easier, but like, hey, I like Monero, and I like want to support it. So it's a good pairing. So I'm glad you guys could bring that with you.
Very cool. All right, man. Yeah. Any other info you want to get out there? Anything, or just in general? The floor is yours.
No, just I guess Finney Forum. Go to finneyforum.com. Our tickets are only $99 still, and then kind of the week those prices will bump up. So I would say get your tickets now while they're only $99. Obviously, your team will be there. Our conference agenda is up, so that's also on finneyforum.com. And if anyone has any last minute like speaker requests or anything like that, just let us know. We're pretty locked in, but we still have some flexibility. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there. People online, people on Twitter that you get to know. I'm glad get to meet some of them in person.
Super cool, man. Thanks for everything you're doing. I'm glad we've been able to communicate as close to in person as can be. I know we had some miscommunications back in the day, and I'm glad we got over that hump because there's not many of us at the end of the day that are aligned and fighting the good fight for freedom tech. So
yeah, absolutely.
Good job, man.
Absolutely, yeah. Appreciate that.
All right, buddy. Yeah, stick around if you want. By all means, please do if you have the time, because we're gonna do we'll do viewers on stage at some point, and people could ask you questions. But I know you might be crunched for time you got a lot going on right now.
Yeah, got the conference coming up, so unfortunately, I got to run.
Shout out to the sponsors. Yeah, of course, Cake, right? I think Cake is a big sponsor of Finney Forum.
Yeah, totally forgot. I'm so sorry, Vic. Yeah, absolutely. Like we love Cake Wallet. They've been a very excellent sponsor. They're the naming sponsor of Finney Forum. Cake Wallet is also a sponsor of our previous conferences. So, Cake Wallet team has always been there for us. I think a lot of people like what they're innovating on and like how they're providing real tools for Monero and, some other coins as well. So the Cake Wallet team is going to be out there in force. So they're going to have a booth. They're going to have two tables there. So visit their table, see what they're up to. It's a good way to learn how to use their wallet. If you're having any technical questions, they'll be there. So glad Vic and team will be there.
Fantastic. All right, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right.
Cheers.
Have a good day. Thanks.
Later, man.
Thanks, Ragnar.
All right. That was great.
That was great.
Finney Forum, guys. It's coming up fast. Real
Dude,
fast.
it is. It's just a week and a half.
Jesus. Oh, my God.
Yep. So do we have dev segment? Do we have a video or?
I think I saw that being tweet. Do you have it? Where did he send it? Where is the video? Is it in Telegram? Did he send it in Telegram?
Yep, I found it.
Oh, sweet.
I'm pulling up.
All right, yeah, let's run that. I don't know how long. I think he said it's pretty short, so.
Yep, doesn't look too big. I'll go ahead and run the dev segment.
Sweet.
And now for the Monero development segment.
All right.
All right. I don't even know what he's reporting on this week. This is going to be fun. I'm quite curious. This
Not
is
showing up in
Hunderson,
my.
guys.
Yep, it's Hyundai.
Hundyhausen.
Oh, it's all the way over there. All right, sorry, I'm grabbing it.
Guys, like and share, subscribe. We've been steady at like 60. We've been doing well with live viewers. By the way, we're working on that super chat thing. It's coming along. It's almost done. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun.
I'm excited to see that because I
yeah.
haven't seen that at all. I don't even know
Yeah.
what it's gonna look like. So that's gonna
And
be
we've
super
seen
sweet.
there are some other solutions out there, but this will be fun. We'll use it and hopefully grow it. Get some others to start using it. We're trying to make it as simple as possible for people to just kind of integrate Monero super chats into their live streams in some fashion.
All right, I got it ready. Let's run it. Let's hopefully it plays. Yep.
Okay, hey guys, now it's time for the dev report. There's not much happening right now, but I have spotted a few projects. There's forked a repository called Monerodocs. Because if you want to do everything project, I wanted to
Can you hear anything from the
present it
video?
to you is
Yeah, I hear.
Oh, you do?
So
I don't hear anything for some reason. I'm just gonna let it play. Weird.
Okay, hey guys, now it's time for the dev report. There's not much happening right now, but I have spotted a few projects that have updates. So this is a project, getmonero.dev. It's from Magic Grants or Justin Ehrenhofer, aka Samsung Galaxy Player. He has forked a repository called Monerodocs. If you remember, monerodocs.org was a website where you could find things about Monero and how it works, but now the domain is gone and you shouldn't visit this site. Instead, visit getmonero.dev. Here you can find everything about like how is Monero's cryptography, how do I interact with Monero D or the Monero CLI. You get here a documentation with all configurations and things you might have look up. And you can even look how multi-signature works and things like this. So this is a really great resource if you want to develop with Monero or you want to get more knowledge about it. So the next project I wanted to present it to you is PSST. I think it stands for Polyseed Sharing Tool, which uses Shamir secret sharing, which is like a algorithm or a protocol on how you can save your seeds of Monero and share them with your family and friends, but they cannot restore your wallet because they have only a specific part of it, and you need you specify when you create it how many parts you need to reconstruct or restore your seed. So this is really clever. I haven't used that Python project myself, but I have an eye on it, and if there's ever a release, I will show it to you as well. So the next project is a new release for Umbrel Monero. It's a project of Deverick, and Umbrel is like a home server operating system where you can install Umbrel onto your home server or Raspberry Pi, and then you can click and select several self-hosted applications you want to have on your network. For example, you can easily install a Bitcoin node, and with Monero node for Umbrel, this is possible for Umbrel as well. I don't think it's in the Umbrel App Store yet, but this 1.0.4 release makes everything ready for the Umbrel App Store. So let's have an eye on it, and we watch these releases if it ever goes live to the Umbrel App Store. So the next update is for XMRig. They released a new version last week. It's just a bug fixing release, so there's not much new, but I think it's always good to update this software, as it adds support for TownForge, which is a game. It's an open source game, and it uses the Monero blockchain, or it uses a fork of the Monero blockchain. Not sure how it works, but if you are interested, look for TownForge Monero. Then for the Samurai atomic swaps between Bitcoin and Monero, there's a new version. In the last dev report, I showed you version 19. So now we have 19 beta, but we don't have any release notes. So unfortunately, I cannot tell you what has changed here. And the last project is Feather Wallet, that now has released in version 2.6.3, and it fixes tails detection, because the version before wasn't able to tell if it's running on tails or not. And with some improvement is you can now paste a Monero URI into the pay field. So if you are asking what URIs are, these are like URLs you can specify with different parameters. Like normally it starts here with a protocol, so you know what you are looking at, followed by the address, followed by the amount you want to send, and you can even add a description or a recipient name for your wallet. Yep, and that's how you can use this and encode this into QR codes or put it on a button on your website. And this helps that you don't have to copy the address and the amount. You just click on that link, and then your wallet opens and pre-fills all the information you get from that link. And now you can paste those into Feather Wallet as well. I think this is a really nice addition. Yes, and that was everything for this week. Hope to see you guys again in 2 weeks.
All right.
Thank you, Bawdyanarchist.
Very cool. Great resource, and we'll see him again in 2 weeks. I love that he's just keeping an eye on all these projects. There's so much going on, guys.
This is the year for Monero. Like,
we only touch on so much on it on this show, even though it's 4 hours every weekend. But I love it, man. I think everybody else does too. No better place to be than Monerotopia on Saturday morning. Let's keep it going. We got news?
All right. So Tony said he will not be able to make it. So that's okay. I will run the news.
You want to do the news first, and then we'll do viewers on stage. Otherwise, it turns into a very long session, right? Okay.
All right.
Lesson learned. Go ahead.
Let's run the news segment.
And now for our weekly news segment.
All right. I apologize. I'm just now pulling these up. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
What do we got? We got a lot this week.
Yeah, we do got a lot.
When I started Monero Talk, people said, "What are you gonna do? How are you gonna do a show every week?" And that was just the interviews. Here we are, guys. Endless news every week.
By the way, if Reddit does this to you, because they discriminate if you use a VPN, they just block you out right now. You can change the URL to redlib.tux.pizza, and suddenly, I put it in wrong.
You put it in wrong. But that's
supposed to do /r. There we go. I forgot the /r part. There we go. And suddenly now you can view Reddit. Screw you, Reddit. So yeah, you can use this to bypass that basically. So first story of the week. Sorry if you can hear that. Someone being loud with the motorcycle outside. Integration of ETH-XMR Atomic Swaps into a wallet GUI front-end deployed to Arbitrum. About 10 months ago, Athenor Labs released an ETH-XMR Atomic Swaps on Ethereum mainnet. However, it has very little liquidity due to poor UX, being CLI only, and high fees on Ethereum mainnet, making small swaps prohibitively expensive. Yeah, Ethereum gas fees. These things are needed to improve the situation. Integration of a GUI interface into a popular GUI wallet, such as Monero Core or Cake Wallet, deployment to an Ethereum L2 with low fees and high liquidity. Currently, Arbitrum has the most liquidity by far, with Optimism as a distant second, and cheap fees. Those fees about to become an order of magnitude cheaper after the Beacon hard fork of March 13th this year. Second item is pretty straightforward to do since major Ethereum L2s, all EVM compatible. Have there been any traction, development, and integration of a GUI interface into a GUI wallet for the ETH-XMR Atomic Swap? So liquidity. Okay, I think this is more of a question than news.
Okay. News related though, I heard talk of Monerocon having a hackathon, which Monerotopia is looking to do, by the way, too. Actually, when we had Monerotopia last year, Luke Parker, who was at Monerotopia, was saying, hey, we should have a hackathon here next year. So he kind of inspired that thinking. And I know Monerocon is planning on having one. And I think I saw the topic of ETH-XMR Atomic Swaps potentially being
Part of
the
that
hackathon will be about. Yeah, like kind of making it usable, right? So
nice.
Elizabeth Ethereum, Elizabeth Banks has
yeah, she's been working on that for a while, haven't she?
Yeah, but I guess we need people now to kind of build apps around it or make it more usable. I'm obviously not tech savvy enough to truly understand, but my understanding is kind of that's where we're at, right? We need to now, build out a user interface around the tech.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
Right.
All right, moving on. So this is interesting. Argentina to regulate cryptocurrency exchanges with executive order.
Yeah, what's up with that?
The government of Argentina is reportedly preparing to regulate cryptocurrency service providers with an executive order. The measure would be directed to keep Argentina out of the Financial Action Task Force gray list, putting crypto service leaders under the oversight of local securities watchdog. The government of Argentina is putting its sights on regulating cryptocurrency service providers by an executive order, according to reports from local media. President Javier Milei will be preparing to issue an emergency decree to create a framework that would regulate the operation of these, putting it under the oversight of National Securities Watchdog. It would be keeping Argentina out of the gray list of the Financial Action Task Force, where the country was included from 2010 to 2014 due to its lax money laundering policies. The upcoming visit of the FATF, programmed to assess the country's money laundering countermeasure, would be fueling the measure. So that's, well, I guess people in Argentina will have to see how that would affect exchanges in that industry, but it is a shame that they're sort of like bowing down to, and I mean, it's unfortunately there's a lot of external pressure on, like, especially smaller countries and second world countries from the big countries that control a lot of the world's finances. So unfortunately it looks like they're sort of falling on that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm bringing up a tweet that I sent out this week. You want to know where a man really stands on liberty, individualism, and the state? Ask him his stance on Monero, or better yet, watch how he treats it. So Milei, right? I mean, I think we all were kind of hoping, thinking, wishing, I still am, that Milei is what he claims to be, right? An anarcho-capitalist, seems to be very pro crypto, just viewing it as a tool, money itself as a tool, letting all monies fairly compete. But this is pretty concerning, considering it's an executive order, right? It's coming directly from him, trying to implement this to usher in these rules. What's that?
It's kind of in direct opposition to like his like, his position historically on recently on like government like doing stuff with the market.
Right. So I mean, and I see people kind of explaining why that's the case. But he is, ultimately he's bending the knee here, right? Gambot says Argentina is being pressured by the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, which, by the way, we've spoken about them quite a bit on this show in various forums, had interviews with people talking about them. Uri Bednar was kind of one of the first people to really open my eyes to this. I mean, that this association, this global regulatory board that basically creates the policy that eventually gets adopted by all the major economies in the world. And they're not elected. It's not an elected group of people. And they sit around, they come up with these rules, and everybody adopts them because they're basically a gang, and they're telling if you don't adopt, you adopt these or else, right? So. This is the situation Malay is basically in, and he's bending the knee here. Gambetta is saying Argentina is being pressured by the FATF in a time where international credit access is key, given the imminent and critically needed dollarization. So he's basically forced to play by their rules, and he has to take action to move Argentina out of being I guess, what do they call it, a gray market.
Yep.
Yeah, gray market economy. If he wants to be able to, I guess, move over to the dollar, so he's doing it for, supposedly that's the argument as to why he's doing it, which I guess makes sense. So, is it good? I don't know. Is it a necessary evil? Is this what he needs to do to bring his country out of the mess it's in? Obviously, ideally, we'd like to see him just say, fuck all that. Crypto is money, and just let the bus money win. But he appears to be bending the knee here.
It might be a balance move. We'll just have to see how that plays out. But
my ultimate fear with Malay when he first won, the theories I was throwing out there is this just unfortunately become a scenario where actually he ends up eliminating the kind of the black markets of Argentina through the policies that he creates, and ironically makes it a place that's maybe less amenable to crypto and going in and out of crypto from cash to crypto.
Yeah,
that's my concern. There's another. I don't know if you have the other article. Talks about the. I had sent it to Tony. Also, maybe it's the next one you have on your list.
Let me see. Yep, pull that up.
Yeah, pull that one up. This is also related. I don't see it. Oh, yes.
Argentines have over 100 billion US in undeclared cryptocurrencies.
And we want to keep it that way, right? I mean, that's the dream, right? But what I'm seeing here is, so they're talking about this executive order, and that's for purposes of basically creating a bit license, right? Where any crypto company is going to have to have KYC, AML, all that jazz, and bending the knee to the Financial Action Task Force. But there's also, you're seeing movements here and them talking about the need to, or they want to create an amnesty where people declare their crypto holdings, right? And they're trying to create incentives to get people to declare their crypto holdings. So I don't like that. That does not seem like a move in the right direction. We want the complete opposite, right?
It doesn't seem like the freedom move.
We want you to be able to roll in there with your Monero in hand and not have to worry about declaring it. It's your Monero. You have it. You can use it as at your will. It's like cash. But they're talking about the potential of forcing people to declare their crypto holdings. This coming from the Milei administration. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, people that are more familiar with these things in Argentina. But this is what I'm following. This is what I'm seeing.
So maybe the whole freedom money cryptocurrency thing is just to pull more people into the system, because right now the black market in Argentina is very much out of that.
Exactly.
Which, even though it's a black market, it's actually very it's free. It's pretty free. And maybe this is a case to try and pull people more into these more controlled ways of doing finances. But
Andres is saying they cannot force anyone. Yeah, Andres, pop up if you can for the viewers on stage. You give us your insights into all this. But yeah. All I know is right now you could go down to Argentina, or as of a few months ago when I was there, you could effectively go down to Argentina with crypto. You can roll into a cueva, the caves, and you could swap your crypto for local cash. Are we slowly moving away from that potentially? So
We'll have to make a dedicated Monerotopia Quavo.
yeah.
One there so people can just.
I know, yeah. We'll definitely have one there. Definitely.
All right. So this was posted by Sir Jams a lot. Yesterday. So this was pretty last minute, but they have decided to have a Monero meetup in Denver. So Sir Jams a lot. I think you did a Monero talk with him a couple days ago, right? I don't know if that's out.
Yeah, I just had him on last night, and actually Luke Parker jumped on because he was at at the conference, and Seth, I forget his name, the other Seth, not Seth for Privacy. He's also well known in the crypto community. He jumped on as well, and yeah, he's doing a lot. If you could bring up some of his tweets, Sir Jams a lot has been really doing a lot to help grow Monero adoption with boots on the ground at ETH Denver. He's been there all week, onboarding people. He had a Kuno going. He was trying to raise money for that. So I recommend you guys donating to him. He's putting it to good use, and he's been there all week hooking up people with cryptocurrency, or with Monero, obviously.
Yeah, I've been seeing his videos pop up. He's been doing a really good job, just going up to people and asking them about Monero, giving them stickers, giving them a little bit of Monero, showing them how to set up the wallet. But they're having.
Go ahead,
you gonna pull something up?
No,
Okay,
go ahead.
They're having a XMR Denver meetup tomorrow at 5 p.m. at that address, being sponsored by Cake Wallet. So if you're in that area and you want to go chill with some Monero people, go talk about some Monero stuff, some privacy projects, then that's happening.
That's super cool that just came together. So once again, that's all Sir Jams a lot. He took the initiative. He was out there, and he's like, you know what? Let me throw a meetup when I'm out there. We've done that as well. We were very successful with that in Argentina. And there's thousands of people at ETH Denver, so it's not that inconceivable to now have a bunch of people show up at this meetup. And yeah, Cake, as always, Vic, stepped up. He saw the, I don't know if Vic reached out to them or he reached out to Vic, but Vic, agreed, I think, to sponsor this event, which is super cool, off the cuff. But guys, people, follow, do the same, do a little Kuno, go to a local libertarian event in your area and promote Monero. Go to a conference, go to a crypto conference, get the word out on Monero. People are very open to it and understanding of it, and beginning to realize that Bitcoin is not private, and they want when you explain to them that Monero is what Bitcoin was supposed to be, most people are intrigued. Most noobs are intrigued by that.
Yeah, he seems to do a good job at getting people curious. Also, we got Andres in the backstage. Should I pull him up and see if he wants to say anything about the Argentinian executive order?
Yeah, pull him up. This is one of Sir Jams a lot's posts. He tells a story about this girl on Monerotopia, so tune in. Monero Talks, so tune into that. But yeah, he was onboarding people all week. Very cool. Andres, what's up, man?
How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. Cheers,
Great.
brother. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What do you think about this Millet situation? Is he not a Monero man?
I always sound like I'm running the party with Millet takes from abroad, but I mean, if he does half of what he says he's gonna do, it's gonna be amazing. Okay, but with regards to crypto, I don't think it's a crypto president. I think it's with all, if we are lucky, it's a libertarian president, but it's not a crypto president. And And what I mean by that is that I don't think he's like pro crypto above everything else. I think he spoke several times about the liberty or the freedom of currencies. He's not even saying dollarization directly. He's very careful about that because dollarization would mean that we basically get rid of the peso officially and the government adopts the US dollar. Which sounds super stupid to clarify that here on this kind of program, but some people still think that it means something else. Okay, so if you officially dollarize, I mean the government is in charge of getting enough dollars to dollarize the economy. Basically, the US has to give the dollars to them, and that's the way it works. We replace it, and what Milei has already said.
Aren't there more U.S. dollars in Argentina than like anywhere else in the world?
Probably yes, probably even more. No, I think I never remember. I should look that up. But I think yes, I think we were like third in the podium after Russia, like the U.S., Russia, and then Argentina, which is crazy if you take into account the size of our economy. Which is not super small, but it's not super big by any standards. So yes, but basically that's what you get. I mean, besides the dollarization thing, what Milei has said is freedom of choosing your own currency, right? So supposedly the government is going to raise all the barriers and all the limitations for you or for any other private party to make contracts in whatever coin you want. You want to use Bitcoin, you want to use Monero, just do it. For example, I was doing yesterday an episode of the Café Monero with a lawyer specialized in crypto in Argentina from the Bitcoin Argentina NGO.
Oh, very cool.
One of the things, maybe you should get him.
Maybe he'd be a good speaker for the conference. But yeah, go ahead.
For sure, that for sure. And I think you even met him when you were here at LabitConf.
Okay.
Yes, he was on our first Monero meetup.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The tall guy.
Yes, a tall guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So I forgot what I was saying. Basically, that would be nice because the way the law worked before, for example, you could have a contract made in Monero, right? But if the contract was not fulfilled, a judge could say basically that, well, okay, since the guy cannot pay you in Monero, you can pay the other guy back in pesos for the whatever amount of Monero that the judge believes is fair. So that's a big risk, especially when you have an economy based on pesos, which is a very lousy currency. So in real life, nobody wanted to either sign or make a contract on Monero. So now, with the proposed changes, I suppose from the decree, and so far so good. I mean, so far it's been applied.
Right. So
if you make
have
a contract in Monero,
the
other guy has to give you the Moneros. Basically, that's the thing. If you make a job arrangement and your employer is gonna pay you in Moneros, the employer has to pay you in Moneros. And that's a big. It sounds like a very subtle thing, but
no, it's
believe
big.
me, it's super big.
No, but how about like
fights the decree, so it still remains to be seen that if that becomes like a very fixed law and lasts for years. But that's the same with everything else. The same with this supposedly executive order to regulate exchanges, for what I've been told, for people close to the subject. Well, it's the same thing that happens with centralized exchanges abroad, right? Some of them are more than willing, are eager to get more regulation.
Of course, regulatory
because
capture.
They see their business growing. Some of them are not. Some of them are really run by OGs crypto that want something else. But it's an ongoing fight. I don't see much future on that fight. I think if Argentina comes a little bit out of poverty and get a bit more into a serious country, economic wise, is gonna for sure come with all the regulations and all the KYC, AML, and all those rules. You have experienced it firsthand when you were here. Things are pretty free. I mean, as long as you managing cash, you're pretty off the hook with everything that you want to do, either earning from your job in the black, so to speak, and also spending and live in cash. You can do that pretty easily.
Do you see him potentially eliminating capital gains tax on crypto transactions, so actually treating it like money? So obviously, he's taken the step and allowed it to be used in contracts, right? Like
Yes.
like any other legal tender. But do you see him potentially
So
actually
far-
treating it like cash from a tax
so far,
perspective?
we had last night we had the State of Union address, right, from him at the beginning of the Congress, and so far he's been pretty consistent on his ideals or the things that he says is going to apply. So in that regard, if I had to bet, I would bet that crypto eventually becomes money, and you don't pay
Wow.
capital gain.
That would be amazing. That would
be amazing, right? On one side. On the other side, if it's considered like cash, I don't see why they are not going to try to get as much into the white as possible. I mean, it's one thing that you became rich because you are holding crypto, and it's okay. Just use your earnings in the economy, right? make it better. It's another thing for him to say that he's against taxes because tax is theft and is robbing you of your property. So it makes sense for him to try to eliminate as much taxes as possible. But that doesn't mean that he's okay with the black market. So
that's my next question.
subtle-
Do you think my theory is correct in that, like, at the end of the day, if things work out for Malay and what he's trying to achieve, that the black market will be greatly reduced, if not kind of gone?
My nuanced response would be that but I think you're right. But it will really depend of the next elections in 2 years, because I think because basically all that is sustained. It's the same with we call here blanqueos. I don't know how they're called in English, when you basically allow people that have black money to say, okay, your money is white again. You just have to pay the government a amount, a percentage of that. So there were some experiments in the past in Argentina about that. And what everybody is looking is, okay, you are giving me that option. We have a really huge black market. Forget about crypto. It's just cash, but it's the same for crypto. We are, for the next 2 months, we are allowing everybody that got rich from having Bitcoin 10 years ago to basically make it legal and put it on your local exchange or whatever and pay taxes. Perhaps you're super eager to do that because you have so much money, because you were like very lucky Argentinian from 10 years ago, and you want to buy a house, which is a registered property. So basically, where did you get your money from for the house? It's not the same as buying a steak. Okay, so many people when they see that, they are a bit scared. They don't just jump into the opportunity and say, yeah, let's make all our money white. Because okay, maybe it's okay with you, but who's gonna win the next election? I'm gonna be prosecuted for that. They're gonna raise my taxes a lot because of that. I'm like a rich person, so I have a new tie, a new level of taxes that I have to pay. I have to pay on my super on all the money that I have, because it's like a yearly tax on my money or something like that. So people are very suspicious of that. So I think here now we are seeing like the bad part. We have a full-blown recession, inflation going through the roof, and recession at the same time. So almost everybody is losing money or losing purchasing power very fast, very, very fast. Things are not looking good. But if we get through this part and economy start to pick up, and he does well in next elections, that will send like a very strong message, not only to the world for investments, also for Argentina themselves, so that it's okay. It's okay. We can bring money back into the country. We can make money back into the white because it looks like the majority of Argentinians are agree that this is the path forward. Remember that now he's like elected with like 60% of the votes, whatever. He made like a great election, but he has very few congressmen, deputies, and on the Senate as well. So for everything that is like a fixed law and it's gonna last, he needs a lot of either win in the next elections a lot of seats or get a lot of support from other parties.
How about this idea that he's potentially trying to get everybody to disclose their holdings?
Good luck.
But do you think they're gonna like try to do that?
I think he will try to do that. Yes, for sure. For sure. I don't know, but it's nothing new. The last government that had like a right-leaning kind of thing tried that. He had like a very successful blanqueo, and many people did because they were on the fences or on the side and they wanted to actually buy property or buy cars or whatever, and they took the opportunity but I don't think that moves that much the needle of how much money we need in the white economy, so to speak. I think it's a gesture towards let's make it all in the clear. But it's cultural. It's been many years of not trusting the government with disclosing your money. So it's very ingrained. It's like it's like the bank's deposits. In the US, It's like banks are the safest place that you can put your money in. And here it's like, that's not true. It happened more than once.
That's why they're so, that's really the mission. The mission is for them. They're trying to eliminate the black market and get everybody to disclose their assets. I feel like that's the ultimate mission that's happening here.
They cannot force people. That's what I mean. I don't see much success on that. What I do believe is that yes, the culture of having your own money and have your money hidden in your house in stack of dollars or whatever, or having crypto and not declare, that's very powerful. We don't trust, nobody trusts, no government. But what I've seen is that, that is not like an ideological stance so much as we would like to believe. It's only practical. It's like, okay, I lost all my money in the bank 10 years ago. I'm not putting my money back in the bank again, ever. And then you say, oh, that looks like a anarcho-capitalism. No, they've just been robbed and they don't want the same thing to happen to them twice. If they make it practical, what I'm going for is that if they make it practical, if they make it enticing, if they start like making it a bit more uncomfortable to deal in the black market, if they start to not releasing any new bills, so when you try to pay 20,000 pesos, you have to bring a stack like this. That I totally see working because I'm seeing this working daily the past 5 years a lot. Now everybody takes QR code payments with fintech payment processors here. Everybody. And one of the reasons that the government has been, the past government, but so far this one as well, has been very protective of not having those popular, it's like WeChat in China, right? Those popular apps like Mercado Pago, having crypto on it is because all the financial instruments like funds and that you can invest inside of those apps are based in pesos. They pay a lot of interest, but they're based in pesos. The moment that you give even USDT inside of those apps that everybody uses, I think the peso goes even lower and even faster because those apps are used by everyone.
I think Malay marks the end of cash in Argentina, ironically.
I've seen people asking for money in the street with a QR code.
Oh my God.
See? So
Like
that's
as
what I think that's the real enemy. That's the real enemy.
century.
Yeah, it's ironic, right? Because I mean, you know, the fiat has destroyed the country in many ways, but the silver lining is there. It was a cash economy, and everybody was using cash, and now I feel like that's going to go away.
Yeah.
We shall see, man. We shall see. Obviously, Andres is boots on the ground, and we'll be paying very close attention to this because we have Monerotopia down there, and I'm sure maybe we'll get some people to come talk on these issues at the conference as well. So,
look, just to say like a brief thing about that. For example, because it gives you the idea. I know that, for example, Germany is very cash based. Okay, they have other historical reasons to be cash based. They don't want the government to have a registry of every citizens. They want to. They know that it's bad when a centralized power has almighty knowledge of what their citizens do all the time. Okay.
exactly.
Here, it's practical. We don't have that ideological background.
Right.
Nobody
right.
got prosecuted for whatever they are spending in,
Right.
or ostracized. We are very like racism is not a thing here. For example, we have like minorities that we persecute or whatever. It's a pretty, in that regard, it's a progressive country. So we are not oppressing people. We are not persecuting people. Why people use that much cash? Because they don't want to pay taxes. Because taxes are so high, even small businesses and that it's impossible. It's literally impossible to pay all the taxes that you're required to pay. It's over. Sometimes, if you do the right math, it's like over 100%. so
Crazy.
that's why the black market economy works that much, and people use cash that much because many businesses have to use cash and not give you like an invoice for your purchase. But think with me again here. What happens if Milei does what he says he's gonna do and lowers the taxes a lot?
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. I totally agree. It's all moving towards eliminating cash, eliminating the
and that
black
would be
market.
a very liberal thing to do. Is they say, okay, taxes are bad. It's okay. Let's get rid of some taxes and make it more comfortable and make it more payable. And then suddenly you have a lot of commerce that says, I don't want to deal with cash. It's a lot of cash. It's cumbersome. I have to keep change. Just pay virtual. And then, even if Milei doesn't care, next year, in 2 years, in 4, in whatever years, he loses again, and we have like a very controlling government, and then you have everybody running on digital money. It's not even, you don't even need a CBDC for that.
Interesting.
I agree with you on this.
Do you think in some way it could be like a sneaky compliance, right? Like we're going to kind of make things easier, but really we're doing that just so people can get back in the government sanctioned fiat system.
Yeah, they're currently opted. Most people are currently opted out of the system right now, which is where we want to be as anarcho-capitalists. And ironically, the anarcho-capitalist, first ever anarcho-capitalist to be elected to a major currency, is going to eliminate the parallel economy that exists.
But look how weird it is, because many people were afraid. I'm against dollarization of the economy, right? I don't think we should solve our monetary problems by adopting somebody else's monetary problems, even if they are less worrisome than ours, okay? But many people were like happy when they voted for Milei because they were gonna get rid of the peso and make put dollars again. And some people were really afraid. People were buying USD at the black market at whatever rate before the elections because the peso was going to the floor, whatever. Now you have recession and inflation. But for the past 2 months, the value of the USD has gone down against the peso. For the first time in I don't know how much time. Okay? And you hear both things, that people mad because, basically everybody that had some kind of saving put that saving into you in dollars. So now it's getting more expensive to have saved. It's very weird. It's very weird. So you don't know what people are going to prefer, right? Because in theory you say, you want your currency to be strong? For sure. you have all your savings in a less strong currency. Well, maybe not that strong, you know. so, but on paper, it's the same that should happen if everything works okay, right?
Yeah.
So we are living through weird times.
Crazy,
All right.
man.
Thanks,
Crazy.
Andreas, for that.
Andres, greatly appreciate it, and we'll be in touch, man. I want to reach out to you, have a convo
Reporting
about
from the south.
Monerotopia conference soon. All right.
All right,
Reporting from the south.
let's move on
That
with
was
the
amazing.
news. That was really good. Yeah, glad we
Dude.
have our own insider.
Beautiful.
All right, so this understandably made a lot of people in the Monero community pretty not happy. So CoinGecko put out this tweet: top privacy blockchains by market cap, and where's Monero? We've got these other smaller ones. I don't know how much privacy they actually give you, but I guess they're sort of privacy blockchains. We've got Mina, Oasis, Aleph, Dusk, Secret, and Ironfish. Monero should be number one. It is the number one privacy blockchain by market cap. And of course, they've just conveniently just left it out. And of course, everyone's calling them
the
out for this.
argument I'm hearing is that like the terminology was meant to be something else, like that they're distinguishing between privacy blockchains but Monero is a privacy blockchain. Like, is there some? Did the things? I didn't get the memo. I thought Monero was a blockchain.
Funny enough, even Zcash was left out, and it should have been like number 2 or 3.
I don't know any of these. I mean, Oasis, I guess I've heard of. Mina, do you know Mina? What it is?
No,
Do you know?
no, I haven't looked into.
What
any
are
of
these things? Are
have
these
no
even
idea.
like are they like decentralized blockchains? I mean, what are they like built on like freaking other blockchains or something? Are they like built on Ethereum or something? Like, I don't even know what the fuck this shit is. It's amazing. Like, it makes no sense. So who owns CoinGecko? Like, what's going on here? What are they trying to achieve by doing this? By pretending
Some
Monero
interesting
doesn't
things
exist?
to look into, but they really did just kind of pull this out of their ass, just like, oh, privacy blockchains. Here you go, guys.
Maybe they're just engagement farming, right? Like trying to
Possibly, yeah.
I'm sure this thing got a ton of hits because of it. Everyone's like, "What? Oh, Monero?"
So yeah, Monero, the M crypto. You can't talk about the M crypto. It's only for bad people.
Well, you can talk
So,
about Mina.
Sorry, Mina, not the other one, not the other one. The Mina's the good M. It can fly.
Monerotopia, baby. All right.
So this is from Riot. I literally found a place where you can buy Monero in Niagara Falls. So many people regurgitate what they see on the news about Canada, but I've never seen something like this in the USA.
Yeah, is this real? Is this like that's awesome?
So I guess
real?
there's this little shop he found on the Canadian side of Niagara Falls that just has this giant sign that says Monero, buy here. And they have,
they have an ATM?
An
Okay.
ATM, yeah. Look, it's got Monero, which is pretty awesome because I still, like, in the US, this is just like Monero's been so demonized in the US, even though it's not illegal. There's not
Yeah, but
any
in Canada, I thought it was even more, quote unquote.
I honestly, I
like,
thought so too, but
yeah.
you
So
can
it's legal,
buy
it's
Monero
legal
directly.
to buy Monero on an ATM in Canada. I guess I wasn't aware of that. And I wonder if is it KYC'd or?
I mean, there's probably some like they'll make you use a phone number, right? And some of them ask for an address, but a lot of the times, you might, not saying you should, but maybe you can. It's a possibility you could put in some random information.
One of the first projects I started working on in the Monero space, and we had a little test thing going, was selling gift cards for Monero. Like you could buy a gift card at a store with cash and then obtain Monero. I still think that's a great idea.
Rates are horrible. Any
I've heard
Bitcoin ATM I've used, the rates are just they're like practically scams. And here you can only get Bitcoin. You can't get like Monero on an ATM.
Yeah. Like, go into your local 7-Eleven and buy a Monero card with cash. Maybe we'll get there. I tried to do it back in the day, and I honestly just didn't want to deal with the regulations here in New York, so it scared me off. We even printing out the cards, and we built a little system, a little test version of it, but we kind of balked at it because of me being New York based, and I was going to try testing it here.
Yeah, I know
But
broader
I think,
US isn't that bad, but New York especially is very hostile.
yeah,
to
the
to
bit
things.
license, and you don't want to be a money transmitter.
Yep.
But I do think there is a niche there where you can get away with it if done the right way.
All right. So next here we've got from Trocador app. We're proud to announce our newest feature. They have this AML scanner. Now, regular users can check the AML risk of funds they have received. No more staying in the dark and only find out they're dirty when they get refused by an exchange. Because with regular cryptos that aren't like Monero, don't have like privacy or fungibility, you can get dirty coins. You can get tainted coins that came from some like terrorist or whatever, supposedly, right? Whatever the random reason. Really, the terrorist was just too based. They have that built in now.
That's super cool that they built this check. So I guess it uses the chain. They pay for chain analysis, I guess, because I guess they have to for their own compliance. I mean, I would love to interview them and understand what's going on here. I mean, it's a super cool tool. I imagine they're paying for it, right? For the service from chain analysis.
Yeah. So yeah, they're checking the funds. They're getting this data from somewhere, of course. I don't know if they say directly right here where it comes from.
It's got to be coming from a chain analysis company, and I guess they personally are using the services themselves for their own regulation, right?
Yeah, I guess so. You can check an address or transaction. Okay, so you can pay to get credits to check individual transactions, but if you're swapping on their platform, you'll go ahead and automatically see that once you receive the funds. It'll tell you, it'll give you the rating.
Mm-hmm. No, wait. Is Trocador the one that kind of taps into multiple exchanges, or it's its own?
That's correct. Trocador is the aggregator,
Right.
so they
Right.
have like tons of different swap services that they work with.
Right. So they're not actually even doing the swap, right? They're just kind of
They're facilitating it on behalf of other third parties.
right, and then they're going through existing instant swap services.
Yeah, they
right?
they look through a bunch and they try to give you the best rate out of many different services.
Right, but from a functional standpoint, like Monero isn't going from user to them into the Monero sent to be exchanged there is going into the instant exchange that they're using, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I guess they're not
I believe so.
in any way. Yeah.
No, yeah. No, that wouldn't make
it's-
sense for them to do.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, so it's a really interesting approach that they're taking. Yeah, and I'm curious how this new tool they built kind of fits into their business model. It's pretty cool.
All right. So I'm sure a lot of people saw this. Adam Black's email history with Satoshi Nakamoto. This was put out last week. There's some interesting stuff that came out of this. I'm sure you saw a lot of people who were suddenly not pleased with the fact that Satoshi was 4 big blocks, which is kind of hilarious. And there's this one specific video I want to pull up if I can find it, that I just think says a lot.
There was a reference. I don't know if this is where you're pulling up, but about where he's talking about like don't talk about the fact that Bitcoin is anonymous.
Oh, somebody saying that? Yeah, I don't know.
Relevant. No, it was like Satoshi.
Oh,
He was,
Satoshi.
like telling them who the guy he was communicating. I don't know if it was this email batch or another one. It was that the young guy he was communicating with that was kind of helping him with the website at the time. And Satoshi said basically, take down the part where you're talking about it being anonymous. Like we don't want to say those things.
Yeah, they didn't want to
I
have
thought
it
that was kinda
killed for
interesting.
being like a criminal thing before it
yeah.
even like became a thing. But unfortunately now it's completely the opposite. It's gone the opposite direction, all the way. So yeah, there's people who are. So this video is kind of weird. this guy's like ranting about the fact that people are speculating on Satoshi. And I think it's related to people are not happy about what Satoshi has been saying in these emails. So now they're moving into a direction of kind of just discrediting him as like, oh, Bitcoin's bigger than Satoshi. Like they worshipped him before. And now it's like, oh, Bitcoin's, it's different. Satoshi couldn't have envisioned what it would have been 10 years later. Kind of, there's just general like change of it's yeah.
I'm pretty pissed off.
To watch the cope.
And, I mean, just kind of a little disheartened by the Bitcoin community, to be totally candid. You guys gotta stop speculating on who Satoshi is. You gotta stop that shit. It's so fiat of you. It's childish. It's it is. I mean, it's so fiat. You sound like a bunch of frat brothers trying to social climb up the curve. You gotta cut that shit out. It's so childish. It's also extremely fucking dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. I know my parents have had the pleasure of getting to meet Fran Finney, Hal's wife, and it is terrifying the amount of shit that she's had to go through even before this. It is so dangerous to put someone in that position to be the creator of Bitcoin and potentially the world's first trillionaire. And then on top of that, just the disrespect to the guy or girl or they group, whatever, that clearly only wanted one thing. They only wanted to be anonymous. Clearly. When did Satoshi Nakamoto ever ask for anything else from us? Right? Bitcoin was a gift to enrich humanity. And shitcoins are to enrich a small group of people, right? That's the whole thing. If this was a shitcoin and it was, you guys want to go smear and attack Vitalik, I'm never really for destruction of another human. But if someone's launching something to enrich themselves and you think they're being malicious or deceiving, that's a totally different ballgame. This person gifted humanity with something, and everyone listening to this podcast probably gained an immense benefit from it. And the one fucking thing that they wanted is to just be left alone and just be left anonymous. And none of us have bulletproof evidence. And so all you're doing is disrespecting this person that gifted us something so incredible. You're endangering other people, and you're acting like fucking fiat.
So that's our funny clip of the day. Thank you, Mr. Soapbox, for suddenly bashing everyone for speculating about Satoshi just because the general Bitcoin ethos does not agree with a lot of Satoshi's recent comments, which is just hilarious. That's just
they're constantly treating things like a religion and not like a technology. That's the problem. All right.
I think this is, we got just a couple more. This is from the European Central Bank. Bitcoin has failed to become a global decentralized digital currency, instead falling victim to fraud and manipulation. While I agree with the first half, the recent approval of an ETF doesn't change the fact that Bitcoin is costly, slow, inconvenient. Whatever. Do people really care about the European Central Bank?
Pretty funny that they came out. Like, Bitcoin has failed. Yeah, obviously they don't like Bitcoin.
Ironically, part of that's true. Bitcoin has kind of failed its original mission.
Yeah. When you read the write-up, it's like all the things we kind of say, right? They basically are saying it has no utility. It's just used for speculation.
And to I mean, that to a large point, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. But what they do, like if you read the notes down here, right? So what they're being criticized for is, they're basically saying Bitcoin is only used for speculation. It has two use cases. One, speculation, which is 99% of it, and the other use case is for crime, is what they're trying to argue. And yeah, that part is a pretty dumb statement to make, given when you compare it to the fiat and the US dollar, right? So chain analysis is calling out here, or this fact down here at the bottom, the reader's notes or whatever, that it's actually a very small, as far as they know, right, a very small percentage of Bitcoin transactions are being used for criminal activity.
Most crimes are done using fiat currency, so that means we should get rid of fiat, right? Because it's dangerous to people, it's dangerous to society. Which that statement's actually true.
All right.
All
What
right.
else you got?
We've got. Let's see. There's a couple more. Here's a quick new feature in Cake Wallet. It's just kind of an adaptation to an existing feature. Now, when you put in somebody's handle for whether it be X or the Noster NIP5 or Mastodon, it'll pull up like a little profile for them in a nice way.
That's really, really cool. I love that.
Yeah, so a very simple change, but it makes it just more personable, nicer to use.
I don't use the Twitter Pay thing enough. I gotta start using it. The Bird Pay aspect.
It's a pretty sweet feature because all you have to do is just put in their handle. It's like, oh, it's there, and now it shows the profile picture, so you can further confirm that it is actually the right person.
I gotta say, I did tell Vic this idea years ago. I'm gonna throw that out there. I have the message. I'll bring it up. On screen on Telegram. But I think it's great. Are we seeing adoption of it? I mean, it's really quite slick.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how many people are using it. But I certainly do if I donate to someone who's on like X or Noster. And I know other people use it, and Vic uses it a lot. So it's always trying to get people to put their address in their profile.
The Venmo of crypto, the super private version of Venmo is what Cake is becoming. It's the easiest way to use money privately.
And then we've got trading volume on Cake Wallet is insane. People picking up XMR like it's going out of stock. So I'm guessing that has to do with buys on DFX and then also swaps. So Monero's hot right now. Monero's hot.
Yeah, Vic must be loving these delistings, right? I mean, it's pushing people. Cake is becoming the easiest way to ape into Monero, to grab some Monero.
And of course, this might partially be why we're seeing a difference between the local, like a bigger difference in local Monero street price versus like Kraken's price. It's been a little bit larger than it has been historically. So, yeah, I think Tony is trying to come up now, but we've hey, what's up, Tony? I think we did all the news.
Tony,
hey guys,
what's going on? We're not starting from the beginning, Tony. I'm sorry, we're not doing it.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. That's perfect.
What's up, man?
No, so you guys, I left the live on, and then when I came back inside because I had to do some lab work, I was hearing people, and I was like, "Who's in my house?" And then I forgot that I had the live stream still on. And,
they're looking for your Monero.
It's us, man. It's us.
Oh, they're not gonna find it because
you lost it.
Exactly.
It's already gone.
Yeah, you know what? So I'm actually gonna just like chime in, and then you can share the screen, if that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you need me to go to an article?
There's just two more. So it was this one, and then the next one is interesting, actually.
Yeah, the BTC mining lawsuit.
Mining, yep. That one is really interesting. So
sure.
Bring it up.
All right. Oh, so, yeah, I had this up on. I had the actual. Here we go. Here's the actual article page.
Yeah, so the U.S. government agrees to destroy Bitcoin mining data gathered. So this is really huge. The fact that Texas Blockchain Council lawsuits successfully stopped the Biden administration from government data collection on Bitcoin miners. They're trying to collect the data. The lawsuit was successful from stopping them, which I'm really happy about because that was a concern before.
Okay. Yeah, I missed the story. This is interesting.
And and the government also agreed to destroy the data collected. So not only were they stopped from doing that, but also they destroy the data that they have collected so far. from the Bitcoin miners.
And they were just trying to collect data on who the miners were and things like that, or furthermore, the U.S. government sort of.
I'm not aware of exactly what data they were gathering, but I assume.
Hey, go up a little bit. I was just streaming it. Yeah, the Blockchain Council felt that the survey was invasive and would ruin the business of miners. Okay, interesting. All right, seems like that's a positive for the Bitcoin mining industry in,
It's a
in
W
Texas.
for Bitcoin mining.
But the thing is, that's only in
We'll see
Texas.
we'll see how that pans out on a federal level.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's only in Texas. So I hope he's going to go beyond Texas.
Okay.
But that's good news. So let's go to the next one.
This is the last one. I didn't do them in order, but this should
No,
be
that's
the
fine.
last one.
Yeah, that's fine.
I did see this earlier this week.
Oh yeah. I saw this.
Did you cover the one on CoinGecko where
Oh yeah.
before they sold Monero, but now they don't? And
Yeah.
Monero is not one of the top 5.
Yeah. We covered that.
That's crazy. And not even Zcash or
Yeah, even
They just-
Zcash supposed to be like number 2 or 3, but they didn't even put that in there, which is like
No.
crazy.
yeah, and they just ignored Monero. Just completely. So that's quite wild. But yeah.
It's so private it doesn't exist. Yeah, but this is cool. Monero rig signatures for voting or anonymous surveys. Did you know that you could use ring signatures for real crypto voting or to gathering fully? Yeah, all right, pulling up the site. So they're kind of building a voting system using the ring signature component of Monero. Is that what's going on here?
Yes. Yeah, which is going to be interesting once Seraphis is going to be implemented, because then it's just going to be.
Yeah, we'd like to get these guys on the show or on Monero Talk, kind of understand fully what they're doing here. It's an interesting concept. Obviously, this has nothing really. This isn't like they're not using, I don't think, Monero per se. They're using a piece of Monero tech to build out an anonymous voting system.
I don't know if they're using Monero's implementation specifically, or if this is just another way to do like ring signatures.
Mm-hmm. So that's cool. Very cool to see. That's another arm in the fight, right? We need digital cash, and then we need a way for people to vote anonymously online, right? That's another tool we need in our quiver for maintaining our liberty in the digital age.
Using Monero code base functions, so it has the same security as the original Monero code. There you go. Right there.
Oh,
if that's
cool.
true.
Yep. Very cool. Yeah, so we'll try to get these guys on a Monero Talk. I like it. Awesome.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. This week we had a lot of interesting news. Argentina, and then the ETH-XMR Atomic Swap integration to the GUI. A lot of interesting stuff. Trocador's new function, Denver meetup. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Email leaks.
Yeah. We had a lot of stuff. We covered it all. Tony, yes, stick around because now we'll bring viewers on stage.
Yeah.
Yep, viewers on stage coming up.
We got a lot of people.
Yeah, we do.
Awesome.
All right, let me pull that up.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right.
Wow,
we got a lot of people.
I'm going to jump off and pull up more people because it's already maxed out, and we're going over 3 hours. So
this
I'm
is
going to
beautiful. Tux, throw the StreamYard in the comments.
I'm going to close this door.
Good morning. What's
up, people? What's up?
Your Monerotopia website still shows dollars instead of Monero for the price of your tickets. There,
oh,
Doug.
shit.
Yeah,
all
Doug.
Right. Let me get on that.
Also, could you
right.
get some? Would it be possible to get some decaf coffee for Monerotopia for gratuitous? Because sometimes I want to drink a coffee at like 9 o'clock at night, and I sure as heck don't want to have a caffeinated cup of coffee.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. I mean, we get the coffee from one farm in particular. I don't know the whole how you create decaffeinated coffee, but it might be easier to do than we think.
Because I'd
I'm
like to see
sure
some...
Alaskanon could figure out how to do it. What do we do?
'Cause
How,
I'd
how
like
do we
to-
extract?
I'd
How do
like
we
to have
extract the
some.
caffeine, man? What do they do?
What you got to do is you got to grow some hair on your chest and learn how to sleep with the caffeine in your blood.
Well, I have another reason for not wanting the caffeine, but I'm not gonna go there. So yeah.
No, it's I mean there are ways. Obviously, decaf coffee doesn't offer a very large market share of the overall, but there's definitely a demand for it. So, but there's ways. In fact, there are ways to do it pretty cheaply. So,
okay, I actually want to add green tea. Go ahead. Who's chiming in?
Oh, I was gonna say something. Yeah, green tea will be awesome too. It's teas in general, but I think you should definitely try the decaf because like sometimes I drink decaf just because like I've already had 300 milligrams of caffeine for like a pre-workout or something. So I think that'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see.
How about freeze-dried food, prepper stuff, long shelf life?
Yeah, that would be great.
I wanted to throw something out about the CoinGecko article. I kind of felt like in the opposite spirit of Monero, a lot of people were talking about it without actually looking at the article. Now, obviously, the bullshit detectors were going off because it was ridiculous, and I agree with that. But did anyone actually look at the article that was linked? It's pretty interesting, some of the things going on here. So this is an overt advertisement for Aleph Zero.
Yeah.
So Aleph is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. For those of you who don't know, it's where actually alphabet gets its name from. Aleph Bet. Aleph and Bet are the first two letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Goes all the way back to Phoenician. So there's some like kind of ominous and creepy vibes going on here if you know your occult history. But the second thing is, it says right at the beginning, this article is brought to you by Aleph Zero. Aleph Zero is an enterprise-ready blockchain platform with high scalability, near instant transactions, and compliant privacy-enhancing features. So, that should already just be raising all kinds of red flag. Man, would it be amazing to have Bawdy start freaking out right now. but the rest of this that's really interesting about this. So Aleph Zero is like a commentary on. So if you have Aleph and Tav in the Bible, you're talking about like it's where Alpha and Omega, and why they call Jesus the Alpha and Omega, right? It's the idea of from the beginning to the end, the first and the last, right? So they're doing all kinds of like creepy biblical vibes going on here. But then if you keep going all the way at the bottom, and there's so much more stuff in here that's just mind-blowing. But if you go all the way to the bottom, methodology, and I'm going to skip through some of this stuff, but for the purposes of this study, privacy coins were defined as the pioneering generation of crypto assets that offer privacy to users, privacy blockchains, or privacy enhancing blockchains, were defined as the latest generation of privacy focused crypto assets with smart contract capabilities and regulatory compliance considerations, among other differentiation factors.
So not privacy at all.
Very definition, they are saying if it is regulatory compliant, it is omitted. And then you would also notice why they would have to omit Zcash by the same logic, right? Because it's not a leading generation with smart contract features, right? So this is literally defined by number one being a smart contract, number two being regulatory compliant, and number three being part of the bleeding edge generation. It would omit anything from previous generations of cryptocurrency. But then if you look at this lady, Lim Yu Kwan, right? Yu Kwan is a cryptocurrency writer and marketer who specializes in mainstream cryptocurrency insights. So I did not do any due diligence other than like I thought I'd give it another look because it came up in the show. But this chick just bleeds bot when you look at all of her profiles. This looks like the fakest Twitter thing ever. It looks like it was generated for the purpose of a marketing campaign. Go ahead.
Yeah, a little more context too. I think CoinGecko, if you've heard the name Calvin Ayers, I believe he's like a billionaire who made a bunch of money in gambling. I think he runs CoinGecko. I might be mistaken. And I think he helped either fund or is connected to Craig Wright, who is, you mentioned those emails released earlier between like some of the early people with Satoshi. I think that was partially released, like the one with the web developer in relation to one of the trials where Craig Wright is claiming he's Satoshi Nakamoto. And then also related to all that is BSV, Bitcoin Satoshi's Vision, which I believe is Craig Wright and Calvin Ayers and CoinGecko really push. And then if you look at like this, possibly bot created content where they emit XMR and, Zcash, it seems like, a total astroturfed agenda, that's my thinking of the context. So thank you, Alaskanon. Yeah.
That's exactly where I wasn't so eloquently going to, was the fact that this just radiates AI feedback loop at every level. Like this is, and that's one of the reasons why I've been like spurging out on Twitter, even though I hate Twitter, right? Trying to tell people stop using places like CoinGecko to get your price data. Right? Because you can manipulate this stuff so easily. And then on top of that, if the purpose of crypto was supposed to be parallel economies, then why do we keep letting the dollar value our parallel economy? If it's supposed to be a way out of the dollar, you should call it the on-ramp price, or you should call it like the escape price, right? And then there should be an escape premium. So in other words, like if you want to escape the fiat system, there's the escape price plus the escape premium to get into Monero, but you don't pay the premium to get out of Monero, sort of deal. Like you have to build in the propaganda to combat the propaganda, Yeah.
And BSV brags about being regulatory compliant, also related to that. And Calvin Ayers with the spiky hair, not to be crude, but he seems like he could be in like a Valtrex advertisement. I mean, that's how I see it. So, anyhow.
We got so many people backstage. I see other people keep trying to join. I keep getting a message. So if you want to join, just hang on. Maybe we'll bring you up a little later when we lose some of the people that are upstage now. I'd
be happy to bow out for now. I'd love to hear everybody else.
Yeah.
I think what you ought to do, Doug, is start maybe have somebody else run it for you or something, and just have like a Jitsi type meetup, basically, where like on Wednesday or something, where people just come on and chatter about Monero with no purpose or whatever. Just kind of come on and chat like Jitsi or something like that, and basically have a virtual meetup every week.
Yeah, we could do that.
I
mean,
not,
I think
that
this
way
works.
It's not live, and
it's okay. It's good. This is good. This is good. I like that it's live and it gets the information out to others that just want to tune in, as opposed to keeping it like kind of a closed thing. I mean, that could be another thing that could be done for sure. I think what we could do too is we could upgrade the StreamYard so we could even fit more people backstage. I'll do that. But let's get some new voices up here. Who do we have? CBRS. Am I reading that right?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yay! What's going on, man?
I'm good, man. Thank you. This is the first time for me on the show, and I'm very new to Monero, by the way.
Very cool, man.
Yeah,
Tell us your story.
So, okay, so the story is we are actually we have a project in a school in Venezuela. We are trying to teach them about Web3, and we are trying to provide internet for the school. So we have like a funding on Kuno, which I didn't knew it existed, and we just tried it out, and then suddenly we got so much support from your community guys that I was like, I was really amazed that this something like that was possible, because on Web 2 it's empty. No help, like zero help. It's crazy. And then I go on Monero, and man, it's just want to say, if the people who supported us are listening now, like really thank you so much for helping out, because this is already like almost 15% or almost 20% of what we need to continue with our project. And by the way, I
Go
just wanted
Kuno.
to say, sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, go Kuno.
Oh yeah,
I'm bringing
definitely.
it up. I'm bringing it up right now. I'm bringing up. Yeah, we love Kuno, man. We love it here. Obviously, we talk about it all the time. It's gaining organic adoption, and it's a beautiful use case for Monero. You could anonymously donate to campaigns, and it's super easy to start a campaign. You don't have to enter any information, so people can anonymously raise money for various causes. I mean, that's a very powerful tool. It's literally one of the primary use cases for what we see digital cash being used for, right? So a way to anonymously raise money for various things, maybe even political things, especially in oppressed places. The only thing is, with that comes the caveat that you don't know who is actually raising the money and whether or not they can be trusted, which is why we actually try to bring a lot of people up here on this show so that we can kind of vet them. So yeah, man, consider yourself being vetted right now. So I'm bringing up your Kuno.
Oh man, that's so cool.
why should we trust you? Give us some encouragement here as to why we should trust donating to you.
Let me see. So if you check us out on Twitter, you can see that we've been on Hive blockchain for a very, very long time. And we've been posting a lot of stuff on Hive like since 2017. So the whole project, if you go all the way down, there is a link to our Hive post, and we have all the transparency there, like written what we're gonna do. We have Venezuelan community in Venezuela who's going to that school, and they're going to teach kids Web3, and with the help of Hive blockchain, they are going to, so they will be able to generate income to pay for internet themselves. So we only pay like the starter, like the kickstarting, and then later it's, like on them to really support each other in being self-sustainable.
Why Hive? I personally don't really know much about it. What's with this concentration on Hive?
Yeah. Do you guys know maybe Steemit?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, so so Hive used to be Steemit, and when Justin Sun took over, or there was this huge battle between Tron and Steemit, so we forked out of Steemit and we created Hive. So a lot of the community that were fighting for the community went to Hive, and yeah, just continued our path of how we do stuff with our community. And on Hive, yeah, I'm personally, I just create stuff, like create videos and post content. That's what I love doing, and that's why Hive was like the perfect spot for me. But
so what kind of things you're talking about? Introducing young people to Hive at these schools, like what kind of things can they do with regards to interacting with Hive? It's like they could easily build apps on it or something, or what?
Oh no. So start off while they are posting content, any kind of articles or videos, they will be upvoted by the communities on Hive, and that way they will be earning tokens, and with that tokens they can either delegate it to the school, either they can give a percentage to the school, and then the school, the main account of the school, can then pay for specific things for what they need to have in the school, because the government, man, they're not doing anything there.
Interesting. Are you looking to teach them about Monero as well? Is there a potential tie in there?
Yeah, definitely. So a friend of mine. He is crazy about privacy and security. So he knows a lot about you guys as well. So we've been talking about Monero and teaching the kids about privacy and security and stuff like that. And thanks to Fiat's demise, that's how I found out about you guys.
Oh, he's a great guy. Yep.
He showed me Monero-chan, and I'm like, oh man, this is so cool. Like the memes that you have with Monero-chan and the messages behind it is really awesome. So we are allowed to paint the walls in the classroom because it's going to be a Web3 classroom, like a really special classroom where all the computers will be and the kids can learn there. So of course we're gonna be painting all kinds of cool stuff, and we want to paint Monero-chan there.
Oh, that's cool. I love it.
We have an artist. I'm gonna post also on Twitter showing who the artist is. He does amazing stuff, and so he said for this project he will be painting the whole class.
Maybe you could teach the kids how to mine Monero on Goopax on their computers there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't. It's like I'm so focused on getting funds to even start this project, because this is a little bit like one of a kind, because people can really be self-sustained. They don't need people to donate anymore. So it's just a one-time kind of thing. And yeah, so anyway, I'm really happy I could be here and just talk about it. It's awesome.
Well, it's pretty cool that you found your way to Monero for these purposes, right? And like the Monero community was accepting of what you're trying to do and willing to donate. Other people on stage, anybody have questions for what he's trying to achieve here with his Kuno? Anybody?
Hello.
Right. Hey, what's up, man?
I didn't really understand. So the school was supposed to have its own internet connection, and I didn't really get it. Sorry.
Oh, so we are there to provide them internet connection, but we'll provide them the internet connection for 6 months. So they have 6 months to learn and understand how blockchain works and how Hive works, because Hive is the place where they will be earning their cryptocurrency by posting stuff on Hive. And so with that, they can be self-sustained, and we will then say, okay, good. They don't need our help with the internet anymore. We're only gonna continue teach them about blockchain so Hive, and then also Monero. And then we can continue with this to other schools, but they will also be like a Kickstarter for the next project.
I don't know much about Hive, and I don't know how feasible that is that they will pay for their own internet after 6 months.
Yeah,
but I guess it's a good attitude and initiative of you. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. But I'm just trying it. I don't know if this is gonna work, but this is just trying it. So, but the idea is cool, and it is possible because I've been on Hive for a long time. I've been putting content every week, and I really earn Hive and HBD tokens. So imagine I can earn, let's say, $200 worth of tokens in a month just for posting stuff and not really doing a lot of things. While internet in Venezuela is like $25 for a month, and you have 600 students in a school. I mean, it should work.
What does this Hive token do?
So the Hive, first of all, Hive is a decentralized social media platform. So yeah, they have HBD. Sorry.
It's all right. Keep going. Who's ever trying to talk there? We can't hear you. Better connection.
I wasn't trying to
go ahead,
talk,
Bawdy.
but I could just jump in and say that Hive, I believe, is a fork of Steemit, and Steemit is
Yep.
kind of like a decentralized Reddit. But then I think Justin Sun bought Steemit, and the Hive community was like, "No fucking way!" So they forked.
Yep.
They forked into
Yeah.
Hive.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Alex and Arco, go for it.
Hello, yes. So I think the way, at least I used to play around with Steemit before the hard fork to Hive, and the way it worked is they have like this delegated proof of stake, and the more of the token you have, the heavier your vote is when you upvote the content of other people. And this way they kind of have this monetization of content creation, that you want to produce good content so that you get many upvotes, i.e. you earn a lot of the token, and then you can either cash out or you can keep the token on your account, and then your vote counts more as well. And yeah, Steemit has been around since I entered the blockchain space. I think like in 2017, there were also a lot of bloggers using it at Anarchapulco, and I used it myself for a while, but yeah, then I kind of also left that blogging space on Steemit. So I don't know how it is right now, but at least back in the day, I earned some money with some blog posts. Let's just say it like this.
Yeah, it's possible. It's really possible, especially with 600 students. Okay, let's just say 100 students will be maybe really posting. I mean, if everybody posts something once a week, that's more than enough to pay for the internet. And with the internet, the education is better. They can learn a lot of things. So, yeah.
I'm curious now, do you also teach the kids, or you just provide infrastructure and...
Yeah, so we, like the CBRS team, will provide the funding, hopefully. But we have teachers who are on Hive already in Venezuela, in Caracas, who will be going to school 2 or 3 times a week, and they're gonna teach them everything they need to know about blockchain.
Very cool, man. Very cool. I know I keep bringing it back to Monero, but I just think it would kind of help you too with your cause. So in addition to raising funds in Monero, and Monero Chan painted on the school wall, which is cool. That's fun. Yeah, maybe there's other things that could take place, like Alex and Arco suggesting, perhaps like educating people about Monero itself, how to use Monero, how to run a node. Maybe that could become part of the curriculum. Maybe it could become part of what they post about on Hive.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Just throwing ideas out there, like they could be
Exactly,
putting out
exactly.
they could be putting like educational. They could be putting out like educational content from a young person's perspective, first learning about Monero in Spanish. Could be very, very effective thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. Because I've been also on Twitter. I've been looking for information in Spanish that would be suitable for kids and to understand how Monero works and what the possibilities with Monero. And so I got some contacts. I think somebody from Argentina. I'm not sure who that was.
Andres. Yeah, he was just up here. He's probably listening now. Yeah, he's working on something called, I think he's calling it Monero Garden, and it's like kind of a for kids way to like learn about Monero.
There's this video I just linked in the private chat that Andreas did a few years ago explaining Monero in Spanish.
And that's yeah. So I got, like I said, from your community, I got a lot of support and a lot of links and information. But my focus first is to really get funding. Otherwise, I cannot start stuff. So we are going to have also probably 2 art contests. And that's going to be art contest for Hive. And we're thinking to do an art contest for Monero. And things will be like kids can paint something or like A4, something, we can give them like the Monero logo, talk about Monero a little bit, what it represents, and so that they would paint what they envision what it could be.
Yeah, the thing is it makes sense to me that South America is prime real estate for the growth of Monero just generally, and incorporating a way where enthusiastic people who are in need of a revenue stream for their very infrastructure not only can benefit from Monero, but then relay the information in a native language to Monero. This seems like a natural adoption growth area. And there's always been a huge issue with like regulations of getting money to and from some Western countries to Venezuela. And you're looking at a real life example of like demonstrating the absolute legendary utility that Monero actually has, which nobody ever talks about, right? Like I always come back to just how much easier it is to send Monero from like the US to Mexico to pay for the most basic things, and the absolute clusterfuck that it is to use dollars from country to country, which is supposedly like the liquidity, like super king fiat whatever is like, oh, dollars, you can use them anywhere. It's like, well, not really, you know, but here it is, Monero, like solving problems in real time, you know. Yeah. Or another thing though that I was touching on about, you know, the localization of information about Monero. It's more than just speaking the language, it's speaking the culture. You know, when you have people who grow up and live in Venezuela who are using it right now, you know, if you can actually pay them to make localized information available to their friends and relatives, then you put yourself in a far superior situation for the localization of the information.
Yeah.
I can see this Kuno thing being great for like the truckers convoy. If you want to donate anonymously to, you know, causes that may, you know, draw some scrutiny, especially if you live in the United States, may draw some scrutiny from the authoritarians in charge.
But then the government can't freeze the money.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one question. First of all, can you guys hear me? I've got a broken mic today.
It's a little shitty.
It's a little mumbly, but give it a shot.
Give it a go.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah, I wanted to know. Yeah, it's like a bad mic. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to know, like, what's the age of the kids, like children? What are their general age?
That's a good question.
13 to 17.
Oh, so how about teaching them like mastering Monero or zero to Monero? I think that will be a good option, because when you like give them good materials and they print out those materials either through like PDF in their with their printer, or just get those resources and everyone just studies them, I think it will give them a good foundation knowledge, as well as the culture will improve. And one more thing, I think Venezuela is like a Maduro, like communist regime. So how is this like gun rights over there? Like just basic gun rights, or even like black markets? How is it there right now?
Yeah, all I know it's extremely it's terrible what's going on in Venezuela, because like especially the kids, they you have even at school girls who are 16 and pregnant already. You have kids, well, they don't come into the school with guns, but outside of the school, man, it's all about gangs there. And
Oh yeah,
also another
even
thing.
yeah. In Latin America, they're having problem with gangs and all that, but still they won't implement Second Amendment. Like they're crazy over there. Oh yeah, and
it's
like the
terrible
guy
what's
in
going on.
YouTube said, that guy is not me. Yeah, I just reference his good question. Okay, I wanted to ask another question, like very important question regarding that. This one, things are going to happen in Argentina, like disclosing of wealth, like crypto wealth or any kind of wealth, whether it's gold, cash, or like even Monero or any kind of crypto wealth, I think that's a big attack vector. Because once you go that route, then crypto becomes an asset, not money. So we have to like fight back. We have to fight back on those fronts. Like we have to establish that crypto is money. It's a form of money, just like gold, just like cash. So once there is an option, like people, our enemies, the state, they will try, the communist, they will try to like implement like crypto is an asset. We have to make sure that crypto is not only an asset, it's a commodity as well as it's money.
I have a question to CBRS regarding the Kuno. Why can't it bootstrap by itself? Why do you need 6 months of funding?
Well, we have to first teach them how to use Hive and how to earn by posting. And the thing is, we want to play it safe, and we don't want to do it too fast, because if we do internet, we'll pay for internet for a month or two, and then we will not have enough funding. Then it's kind of running right away. So we want to really, the 6 months, we think it's the perfect time to give them enough space to learn, because it's not going to happen everything really fast. We still need to prepare the internet, because the internet, there is no internet at the school. So we have to put the wire there. We have to prepare the class with the internet. We have to do a lot of repairs in the school. And we need to get laptops also, because, or computers, or second-hand tablets, or whatever is possible. So this will take some time.
I wanted to ask another thing. Like, are you guys doing like Monero meetups or any plans, or directly only Hive? Like any plans for Monero meetups, or just a basic foundation so that you guys can start the education regarding like Rust programming language, or like Monero, or like GroupX, like anything regarding that route?
I'd just point out real quick that there's like a certain level of risk tolerance that the equation changes a little bit doing Monero meetups in Venezuela than it is in like the United States, man. Like you kind of have to be a little more careful about like rounding up a bunch of possible dissident, that may not necessarily be the best idea.
Yeah, screaming crypto or blockchain in these kind of countries, it is also kind of it's not very good, because it's also being used to wash a lot of money in Venezuela. And once they find out, these communities, they have meetups and they are helping. Wait, we don't want to help them. We want to control everybody. And so we have to be very careful, especially also with the kids. We are trying to see there are two ways that this can go, and we will be watching this closely, because the kids can say, "Oh, you know what? Fuck school. I can earn my money here and bye." So that's one. But the second part also is, they can get a better education, because then they can connect to other schools, maybe have because sometimes when once you watch a video, maybe you can learn from it better than from reading. But also what's important, man, I lost it.
Excuse me, I have another question.
Go ahead.
CBRS, have you been on site on the school?
No. I'm not in Venezuela.
Oh, so the funding is for someone else?
So no, the funding is going to us, but we are sending it to. So we have a Hive community in Venezuela, and the money will go to somebody in Hive community in Venezuela. That's one person. His name is in the.
Okay. That's
so
not
his
important.
Name
But yeah.
Okay. So, and he will be doing the rest there. So he'll be going. So we will be as transparent as possible. So we will go show what the guy who's repairing the school, like does he have to buy. We'll double check if the costs are correct, because we don't want to be scammed by that guy. So we'll show exactly how much was paid, how much was transferred. So we want to really the community see that all that they have supported us with, that it's there, to really show that.
Oh, I thought you would be on site. Anyway.
Yeah, no. I would love to, but no, it's too far away for me.
And risky, because you have shown your face.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see Goopax running on all these computers at the end, and then we'll know it was a success.
Yeah, that was one thing that I just wanted to extra clarify, that some of us in freer nations need to realize is you really want to isolate projects that are educationally minded and are as non-threatening as possible. And you definitely do not want to connect it to things like gun rights or freedom of speech or anything like that. You need to just leave it by itself, as non-threatening as possible, because when it comes to protecting and arming the next generation with just critical thinking skills, that needs to stand on its own, and it needs to be left on its own. It's very easy for people in the anarcho-capitalist community to just start dumping all of our freedom baggage onto this stuff. But it's this could be the difference between these kids being able to feed their families in a crisis, and you need to just leave all of the other stuff at the door and just
in
try to empower
Venezuela,
the
it's
one thing.
very risky. In Venezuela, I think it's very risky for gun rights, but yeah, for El Salvador or Argentina, that should be highest priority, because one wrong election and everything gone to waste. So yeah.
The math presented should not even be referencing Monero as such. It should stand alone. Ring CTY because of ring CT, for example. Or random XY, well, random X is, but you get my point, the last guy on.
Yeah, I'm still trying to read through this while we're talking just to get a feel for it.
Yeah, and the funny thing is about that CoinGecko thing. All those privacy coins listed are surveillance coins. They are not even privacy coins. It's so horrible. And yeah, you can see, the enemies know what their real threat is. So they are trying to stop it. Even they will try to wipe out Monero from the history of this world. It will happen. Slowly, they will try, they will fail, but it's their target goal. They will try to delete the word Monero from English language.
Doug, I just posted the link from the #1 Bitcoin podcast where Monero co-opted the podcast, because if you follow the speech, the syntactical speech at that given time I posted, it's really funny. But if you don't want to put it, I totally understand it.
How long is it? The clip.
It's just short. It's just if to laugh at it, it's just a little bit.
All right,
I'm gonna check it real quick.
Hold on, I'll try to play it right now. Hold on. Let's see if I.
You can still do the simple.
I know where you're going
with
with
this.
We've had problems with that. On Monero, they had a inflation bug that they couldn't spot because it wasn't auditable. Why would that not happen on Bitcoin if you implemented this?
Mm-hmm.
Stop,
there's no guarantee that it wouldn't happen. You would want to make sure that.
Was that it?
Yeah, because he said we had a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Monero co-opted it.
Wait, well, I'm not understanding what you're trying to say here. So this guy was
No, he was saying I don't even understand it, because
It's a lot of
the hidden inflation bug, which was not exploited, and he presented it as inflation bug, right? Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of misinformation
Yeah,
just
more
spreading around.
misinformation. More misinformation, as always.
That's
I
not
love
how
how
Monero is
it works.
traceable. Monero has a hidden inflation bug.
Yeah, like that's
All
not
that
how
jazz.
zero knowledge proof works. If it's like trustless system, it's like transparent system, then it will not happen. And it depends on implementation and how much like there is like checking of code and everything.
No, I mean the
math.
thing the thing is that people shouldn't talk about things that they don't understand, right? Like if I have a question, I come here, I ask a question, I ask why, you know, I post an opinion, but not like that happened, you know.
Yeah,
Did
that's
anyone
why
actually
it's
get
called
around to
misinformation.
did anyone actually look at the Seth privacy Monerotopia thing that was just
Yep.
posted on Monerotalk?
Oh
I
yeah, that
hope
was
all
good.
of you saw it.
Yeah,
And
I think Seth is right because he's underlying all the problems.
yeah, the funny thing, I kind of relate to the fact that his best work is done like last minute and off the cuff. I've been struggling forever to do like a prepared video, and it's just like awful compared to my rants. I'm just like terrible at it. But one of the things about this presentation, which you said, it's like things I've been thinking about, I jotted it down last minute. It was probably the most relevant and on point and important things that were said from the entire conference, in my opinion, about how like we don't want to become the maxis that we've grown to hate, and we need to focus more on like actually lifting up the people who do the work in Monero. And like this YouTube channel that you're linking, it's just like part of the endless, it's, I mean, just miles and miles of people in the Bitcoin community that don't do anything productive other than just sit there and talk and speculate and talk and speculate, which I always worry that I'm that guy, you know, that, I mean, all of us need to just make sure that we're always trying to direct our energy towards actually moving the ball down the field. But like, I think that honestly, it should be almost required listening for anybody who considers themselves part of the Monero community to actually like listen and hear out Seth, his position on seeing the evolution of Monero, and how we never want to be those guys that just sit there and talk about all of the great things that someone else is doing. And we should all just be like doing stuff and using our talents to do actual things to move the ball down the field, you know?
Yeah, it was so well done. I obviously didn't tune into it at the conference because I was busy with the conference, and Seth wasn't there. He did this one remote. We had a remote stage and a live stage, which, by the way, we have so much content from that conference. It's actually incredible. We still haven't posted it all, and so much good stuff. So I listened to this yesterday, and yeah, highly anybody who's tuned in here, obviously should give it a listen, and it's a good thing to pass on to others. It really kind of recalibrates you, and it's Seth kind of talking from his own perspective, kind of questioning, you know, where he's at. But it's if you listen to it, it forces you to kind of, you know, recalibrate and think as well. And he just does an amazing job off the cuff with it. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, with privacy being
with privacy.
For it long
Hey,
term,
this is Francis.
but
So,
I can onboard someone to any Monero wallet today.
Hold
They
up.
have strong privacy on chain. They don't have to worry about inbound liquidity and all of this other stuff. It fits. If people want to spend cryptocurrency, Monero is the best tool. That is just what it is today. And I want to see that grow. And as that grows, more and more people will flow in. As the circular economies grow, more people will flow in. This is kind of how we will win the medium of exchange aspect. The next point.
Yeah, he does a great job.
Yeah,
Fantastic
the medium
job.
of exchange is, I think, the most important thing for Monero. Like even for privacy coin or any other like freedom tech, I think the medium of exchange is the most vital thing we have to care about. And one more thing, like this one, whatever Seth said, he's right. Like increasingly, privacy is getting like like an expensive, like a valuable stuff. So since privacy in future it will become a valuable stuff, we need more products which will increase the privacy, like Monero as well as other coins. Like we need not many surveillance coins, we need many privacy coins. Who even wants so many surveillance coins?
What was
one of the big
Prancing gonna say though?
takeaways.
I think we all have literally cut him off over and over. I want to hear what he said.
Prancing, go ahead.
So before we move on, I watched the Set for Privacy. Very good. He does bring up a lot of things that are, you know, they sort of sting a little bit, and I've actually heard some of it on in the community, so I kind of witnessed it a little bit. Although, you know, like I say, I'm probably guilty of it, some of it too, just like he said. But one of the things that struck me is that, you know, it comes from a strange place, but, you know, an organization that doesn't want to get corrupted and fall apart, they tend to, they have like a set of sort of unwritten rules, and actually they do write them down. But like for AA, Alcoholics Anonymous has these 12 traditions, and if you read them, they actually help people get along in communities. You know, so it basically it's kind of like one of the really good things in the thing is, you know, has no opinion on outside issues. So Monero has no opinion on outside issues. Hence, the Monero name ought never be drawn into public controversy. This goes to Alaskanon's, you know, sort of reference to, you know, keep it clean, you know, and I think we can adopt some of these traditions as sort of some of our guidelines as how we conduct ourselves amongst each other as a community. And I think it would solve a lot of Seth's beefs in terms of, you know, his complaints about, you know, the maximalism and sort of the dismissiveness of some of the community, you know, all the things that he said were bad. You know, these are just human people, man. We all make mistakes. But if we got some guidelines that we came up with, it might really help the community. And I'd be willing to sit on a task force or a committee to come up with something like that if the community, you know, if there's adequate support in the community for that.
There was this quote that I wish I could remember now, but Michael Ten had made some comparisons to psychiatry and Bitcoin maximalism that I just about fell on my face laughing. But there's something interesting about bringing up the Alcoholics Anonymous thing. And this might get a little long-winded, but I think it's important because to understand when Alcoholics Anonymous moved into Russia, which had like this really, probably the worst in history, alcoholism problem during the fall of the Soviet Union. They tried to do it with like an atheist spin, and it was failing miserably. And then they Christianized it the way that the West had done, and it started having this actually better results than it was having in the West. And I see that kind of happening with like, because the number go up cult has gotten so powerful and like the small blockers had already dominated Bitcoin. We see them abandoning their spiritual elders in the cypherpunk world and losing the ethics with it, right? And so we see people all of the sudden rejecting the giants that they stood on the shoulders of in Bitcoin. And you watch the ethics just mutate into the corporatocracy's image, right? So you've got like the beast system co-opting Bitcoin, because they've abandoned their spiritual predecessors in the cypherpunk world. The same way that like shamanism and therapy, we lost that when we moved into psychiatry, and now like drug abuse is getting worse, right? Or like the anti-scientific method, like it's getting worse ever since it left the roots of therapy. But I'll leave it there.
Well, yeah, it's like decide who you are and be unapologetic for who you are, whether you're a number go up crowd or you're more of a privacy, I'm more worried about, just having private money crowd. I'm in the latter. Some other people are in the former. But as a community, we should, decide what's the first priority and kind of be unapologetic about sticking to those values and not flopping all over the place with the wind.
So turning on towards a more positive bent, looking at what we can do better as a community. And again, I include myself in these. These are the things that I need to improve on as well. But the first one is really just that if you use Monero, and especially if you're listening to this, because you have to be pretty deeply involved in the Monero community to be attending a conference virtually or in person, there is something you can do and need to do within Monero to help Monero grow. Obviously, it is all voluntary. No one's going to force you to do anything. But if you choose to just sit on the sidelines, benefit from other people's good work, and not contribute back in some way, you ultimately, it's kind of a harsh truth, but you ultimately are harming the growth of Monero long term. That doesn't mean that you have to learn how to write in C++ and learn how to code for Monero. I think a lot of the work that needs to be done around Monero is non-technical and non-development related. But this is one of those areas where every single person who loves Monero, especially if they love it enough to actually be engaged in the community, like in Reddit, Matrix, going to conferences, etc., there is something that you can do that can directly aid Monero and that can directly help other people benefit more from Monero or find Monero for the first time. That really could be just as simple as talking about Monero in your circles. We all have spheres of influence where we have a direct and unique ability to influence the opinions and views of others that no one else can. There are people that you know that I do not know, that I cannot influence, that will never follow me on Twitter or whatever, but you can influence and help to show them why Monero is important, why it matters, and how it's useful. Some more examples, and all of these are really non-technical, is you can be writing guides for using Monero. A big need within the space is for people to better understand how to actually use the tools. And when people who are less technical write guides, they're actually more useful, because if you don't understand
that's
the
what I
inner
was saying
workings
about
of
the
something, or you
Venezuela
don't
thing.
understand the kind of the deep technical.
It's you got to go back and listen to it, but I think he does a really good job too of telling people, breaking it down, what we can do as a community to help grow. Everybody can participate in
Yeah,
some
Doug,
way
like
towards
you
helping
have
grow
like
Monero.
that Amir Taki guy, right? That from Darkcoin. Or like Amir Taki guy, that guy who is doing that
Yeah.
the other project.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
DarkFi.
and as well as DarkFi, as well as that Neptune Cash guys, those the guys that are doing like ZK Start thing. Yeah, like go to the page. Like I have posted one page in the private chat. I just wanted to mention something. Like you'll see the Monero culture is so strong. Like they are not thinking about using like random X. Like in both DarkFi as well as like Neptune Cache, they're thinking of using merge mining with Monero. So just go to that page. I posted in like private chat.
Yeah, I've been meaning to look at this. Thanks for posting that, because I totally forgot to finish looking into it. But
Yeah, like there. If you can show guys live, then everyone can see. Like yeah, no, not the other one. The other one, the previous one. Yeah, the previous one. The, yeah, this one. So you can see like they're like thinking about this one consideration regarding random X. So yeah, there is some problem with ZK start, but and random X, but still like the money culture of mandatory privacy at the protocol level, as well as the culture of Monero is so strong that it's influencing other projects. So yeah, so like Seth has said, like we do not want to be like Bitcoin maxis, but we need to be encouraging like a wide net so that our culture, which is like much superior compared to Bitcoin maxis, it will win.
Yeah, these ideas often get upstreamed. And for those of you who are not technically savvy, you don't have to look at hey, I2P, if you're not talking, will you mute it so we don't get the background feed? But the thing is a lot of the times, for those of you who don't know how open source code works, these concepts that other projects in similar fields, they get upstreamed to other projects like Monero, and it also provides like a safer testing ground for ideas to prove themselves before they get merged in. One of my favorite examples would be like Graphene OS, which I'm like a super hardcore advocate of, has led to, it's got to be like 100 or more changes to Android Core, because its security upgrades and its privacy upgrades were so effective and they were proven at the graphene level. Then they get integrated into everybody's Android. And a lot of the time when we have so you can't really look at the developer base as just Monero. Some of these adjacent projects, they're actually developing for Monero as well by using the same features and messing with them and testing them. I mean, one of the big kahunas of places that Monero gets lots of innovative ideas from is Bawdyanarchist. Bawdyanarchist has been instrumental in field testing all kinds of different ideas in another atmosphere. And Bawdyanarchist's value to Monero has been amazing. And like he was saying, DarkFi and Neptune and all of these other projects that I'd like to spend more time learning about. But that, by doing things like merge mining and trying some scaling solutions and other things, these things may become useful to Monero in a not too distant time horizon.
Yeah, and we should like to make sure like even those other projects, those that are weakened like Firo and Zcash, like you'll see like their developers, they will always talk about implementing mandatory privacy and learning from Monero. So we have to be active in those groups also and just push for like the positive change. Otherwise, what's the point of having like a mandatory privacy culture if no one is using it? So we have to push it, amplify it in such a degree that automatically it will benefit Monero in the long run. So like even like in Venezuela right now, we cannot like people cannot post in Kuno for like 3D printing of like fully automatic machine guns and rocket launchers. But for like in the free space, yeah, like in the free places, like yeah, like in free places like United States, Canada, as well as Argentina, those are perfect places to try those options. Like you want to make sure the next
Try the options of 3D printing rocket launchers. I'm so glad I live somewhere where there's such an abundance of these things. We don't really have to deal with those.
Yeah, because we have to understand that
that's going to be a great headline for Monero.
Yeah, once there is a wrong election, the next generation is screwed. So we have to make sure in Argentina or United States or Canada, the next generation, as well as the successive generation, have all the freedom tools they can get.
I2P, you coming down to Buenos Aires for Monerotopia?
Well, I think I will need funding.
Oh shit! Sounds like a Kuno
Use some
opportunity.
swaps, airdrops.
Yeah, I
All right,
want to
guys. I
stay
think
in the shadows for a bit, but if I can, I will join surely.
very cool. Guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I got some family things I need to do. Any last things people feel like they need to get out?
Yeah, one
You
thing.
should-
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna throw out like, maybe Doug, you should throw some volunteer requests out early for what you're gonna need for this Monerotopia, so we can start filling that up. And for anybody who has waited this long to get your Monerotopia tickets, what are you waiting for? They've been up for like days now or something. Get them. Let's go.
I'm
Look
waiting
at
for
this
Alaskan,
virtual.
you could attest to Monerotopia, right? Give the people a feel
Oh,
of
people,
what we've
if
done.
you there has never been, it's the perfect balance, right? I mean, everybody is free to cut loose. Everybody, it's both like at a high technical level and at a shallow indulgence level, where you will get the best of all worlds at all times. Monerotopia is the most desirable conference in all of human history. Okay,
Yeah.
there's nothing even close.
Everyone make sure to fly their Gaston flags and 1776 flags over there.
Yeah,
All
so
just
I mean,
wait-
get your tickets, but the other thing is a little birdie told me maybe we'll just have to get an entire hotel completely reserved. Let me know how to contribute, Doug. I mean, we're gonna need volunteers, I'm sure. So people need to get it. I mean, the planes are gonna be packed. People coming in from every direction. I mean, who knows what the throughput of the airport is even capable of with how popular Monerotopia is sure to be.
Yeah.
But
Well, we do have La BitConf happening at the same time. So in actual, you're not exaggerating there. A lot of people.
yeah,
will be
they
doing
always
it.
try to piggyback off of Monerotopia's success, but
I
I'm
think
just-
the first
I'm just
thing
waiting
in
for the virtual.
Argentina. I think the first thing in Argentina would be to oppose the legalization of like crypto. It should be like in the gray market where it belongs.
Well, the thing is the black market only exists. It's just the free market. So the freer the market is, the less black market there is. And that was one thing that I was itching to rebuttal on with.
No, I agree with that point.
Yeah,
I
because
agree with
it's
that.
like you can't. We've gotten so used to fighting from the shadows that we need to take the win of when things go public. You actually build a more defensible position for freedom in the long run.
Mhm.
But that's a whole nother monster. But for real, people, get your Monerotopia tickets immediately. Get on a list that I'm sure Doug is like hard working on right now to publish for how you can volunteer. If we're gonna make this fire,
Yeah, I'll make it super simple too. I mean, just email us monerotopia@protonmail.com if you want to volunteer in some way. If you want
last year it was
come
Doug,
DJ,
Sunita, and
if
Doug
you
and
want to.
Sunita. So like
Yeah.
we can, maybe get a little bit more help from the community this time. I'd be surprised if they didn't fall into a full-blown coma on their airplane ride home. Like they worked 24/7 for a whole weekend and then some. So let's lift some of the burden from the shoulders. Everybody get your volunteer on.
With all
Appreciate
those
that, man.
like accidents, like woke airlines accidents, I think best to use like boats.
And you could buy your tickets on Travala with Monero. All right, guys, your plane tickets, that is. All right, guys, I'm going to cut this off here. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Alaskanon, for plugging Monerotopia. I appreciate that. And dude, you were a tremendous help last year. Alaskanon came out of nowhere. He was like an angel, and he lifted many weights off of our shoulders last year. So greatly appreciate that. Thanks to everybody. We do these shows every week, same time, Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers,
see
guys.
ya. And remember, all registration, crypto registration is an attack vector.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.